Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 27th. And thanks everyone for your patience. We had some troubleshooting to do on our IT and broadcast feed this morning. So much thanks to Grassroots and our IT staff here in the room. I'm Commissioner Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. Commissioner Patty Clapper is here in the room with me, as is County Manager John Peacock and our Budget Director Connie Baker. Welcome, and joining us from home is Chair Steve Child, Commissioners Greg Poshman and George Newman, and staff who will present the budget to us today. So I will turn the meeting over to our Chair Steve Child to run. Steve looks a little frozen. All right, well, we'll keep it going, and I'll ask John Peacock to introduce our budget presentation this morning.
Thanks, Kelly. And yes, this is a continuation of our budget discussions. This is where we dive into the areas associated with our strategic plan, core focus areas. And so today we'll be talking about livable and supportive community. And I'm going to just shorten my introduction to that and turn it over to Connie so we can get started.
Yes, good morning, everyone. A quick note for the commissioners. In your budget binders or in the board packet, you'll find today's presentation. There are also the budget profiles that were prepared by each department in this section of our budget presentation. The budget profiles go into more depth on the trends and issues that the departments are seeing, what their 2021 budget proposal entails, and then also a look into the next 5 years and what they're seeing coming up in the future. We also, in your budget binder, have new position requests for all funds, and with that you will notice that the positions that we have included in the budget proposal are all term-limited positions this year. There are a few others that were requested that are listed as pending right now. They have not yet been included in the budget and may not be until later on, if at all. So any ongoing positions are not included in the budget numbers. Something new this year is capital project request forms. And these give you some more in-depth information on some of the capital projects that are being proposed. So just fills in some gaps in the information. Of course, departments will be going over their requests in the budget meetings themselves. And then the capital and departmental replacement schedules give you a look ahead over the next 10 years of different items that departments will need to be replacing, and the schedules, and just gives you a look ahead on that. Today we're looking at the Translator Fund, Public Safety Radio, Public Health, Human Services, the Library, Housing, and then General Fund Public Safety with the Sheriff, Detention, and Dispatch. There are some other areas that are grouped into the Livable and Supportive Community core focus area that will not be presenting today. The Healthy Community Fund will present their grant recommendations on November 10th, as will the district attorney be presenting their budget on November 10th.
Connie, can I jump in? I think
Sure.
They're having a little problem at home hearing you. If you could push your mic closer to you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll try to talk louder with the mask. Then the Ambulance District Fund will present their budget on December 1st. This core focus area of the Pickens County Strategic Plan makes up about a quarter of the overall budget. The proposed 2021 budget for this section is about $34.5 million. And the the pie chart gives you an idea just of the different proportions of what is in this budget. General Fund Public Safety has the largest section with about a third. And then about another third is made up of Public Health, Healthy Community Fund, and Human Services, and the Library District at 13%. We've included a 3-year expenditure comparison. It shows 2019 actuals for each of the departments or funds that are in this section, the 2020 original budget, and then the 2021 proposed budget. And then the percent increase or decrease in each of these areas. You'll notice that there's a lot of variety between the ups and downs in different funds. As John mentioned in our first budget presentation, there's a lot of uncertainty this year and a lot of changes that are different from other years' budgets. So we are seeing some departments that have significant increases and some that have some larger decreases. Overall, the general fund sections that we're presenting today have a 3.7% increase, and altogether a 9.2% increase for all funds. Of course, public health is the largest one in all of these. It has more than doubled, with more than a $2 million increase from the 2020 original budget before any supplementals this year, and then the 2021 proposed budget. And we'll be going into more detail as we go along today. The strategic plan is always our starting point. We group departments more or less according to where they fit within this strategic plan. And that way we hope to be able to cover all of the different success factors and align our budget proposals with the strategic plan. Today's section of Livable and Supportive Community focuses on a sense of personal and community safety, diverse and livable housing options, self-sufficient individuals and families, access to recreation, education, arts, and culture, and improved community engagement and participation. So we're going to start today with telecommunications, and Jeff Kruger is on the line ready to present.
Okay, let me unmute. Can everyone hear me?
So far, yeah.
Thumbs up? Good.
We can hear you.
First of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present the telecommunications 2021 budget. My name is Jeff Kruger and not Jeff Druger, as what's shown on the screen. I believe, I know we have two Jeffs and a Drew working for us, and I saw we work so closely together that I think our names have morphed now to Jeff Druger. Anyway, this is a photo of our recent Ludi site build. In fact, we just completed it on Friday of last week, just prior to the snowstorm. So we were lucky and fortunate to have good fall weather in order to complete the site build. But you can see the tower and the two shelters in the foreground, Ludi Reservoir in the background, and we're very excited about this site. The state DTR public radio system is now fully active, and we now have two-way radio communications for the first time ever in the Frying Pan River Valley. We also installed our microwave backhaul system, we installed FM translators, and we completed the broadband installation. And this is also another exciting thing for Ludi. And we are getting calls almost daily from residents in this area wanting to get broadband and internet service. The service that's there today is a HughesNet option only, and it provides about 5 meg download speed. We plan to offer 10, 25, and 40 meg download packages. So we're just really excited to see what's going to happen here with this site build. Next slide, please. So here's our team. The telecommunications organization consists of 4 people: myself, Michelle McClinton, Drew Peterson, and Jeff Geltz. I do want to just take a minute and recognize my team. They are very hardworking, very dedicated. I'm truly blessed to have such a great team working for me. It makes my job a lot easier. We're the smallest department in Pickens County, but yet we've had some really big accomplishments over the last 5 years. We built the 911 dispatch center. We built the state DTR two-way radio system. We've completely modernized, almost now completely modernized our communication infrastructure. We're also now building broadband, and we're providing county internet. The photo on the right was taken pre-COVID, hence no masks. I do want to talk a little bit about the impact of COVID on our department and service delivery. During the lockdown, we primarily worked from home, but it's the nature of our business doing telecommunications that things break, therefore things need to be fixed and repaired, so we do have to go to sites during the lockdown. Also, we have errors and anomalies that need to be investigated and analyzed. So we continue to work at sites during the lockdown, social distancing, of course. After the lockdown, we immediately opened the Southside facility, and we've been working out of the Southside facility every day. We have closed that facility, though, to the public, as well as other county staff. And this is mainly because we were deemed critical to county communication infrastructure, and we have such a small team that we can't afford to lose anyone. I also want to add, sorry, just one more thing, Con. I do want to add to that slide. This was our busiest year ever, and I'm going to show you some of the growth that we've experienced for the past 5 years. But we built a new communication site this year. We added new microwave links. We added new broadband site, and we also improved county internet. So it was a year, despite COVID, it was a year of a lot of accomplishments for our team. Go ahead, Connie. So the telecommunications funding really comes from 2 budgets. One is the translator broadband budget, and the other is the public safety radio budget. The translator and broadband budget primarily gets its funding from a dedicated bill levy. We also get funding from broadband revenue, tower leases, as well as DOLA grants. The translator broadband budget also has a board which is required by statute. It's called the Telecommunications Advisory Board. This board consists of 5 citizen volunteers, and they meet quarterly. The scope of translator covers TV FM translators. It covers our new TV streaming system, whereby we stream TV channels from Denver. We relay them over our microwave network, and then convert them back to RF signals for distribution at our mountaintop sites. We also now do broadband middle and last mile. We have broadband meet-me centers, and we do communication towers and infrastructure as well as microwave backhaul. The other fund is the Public Safety Radio Fund. This funding comes from public safety agencies as well as radio users. Public safety agencies include the Sheriff's Department, Aspen Fire and the Police Department, the Basalt Fire and Police Department, as well as Snowmass Fire and Police Department. We also have radio users, and these are typically smaller departments within Pickens County or other municipalities. And examples of that include open space and trails, the jail, road and bridge, and the airport. And what the scope of public safety radio includes the 911 dispatch radio consoles in the 911 dispatch center. It includes our DTR 800 megahertz and two-way radio system. It includes our repeater system, and it also includes our tower infrastructure and microwave systems. And I do want to note that all of these services operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so we do not only really have our 8 to 5 Monday through Friday job, but we do have to respond to outages whenever they may occur, whether it be evenings or weekends. In fact, we just had an outage last weekend, Saturday night at 10 p.m., which is not a lot of fun on your Saturday evening, but these are the kind of things that we have to respond to and correct. Next slide, please. So the telecommunications department has undergone rapid growth in the last 5 years. And I put together this chart to visually show the growth of really 5 of our systems, but this is true of all of the telecommunications systems. But let's just start out with our communication sites. So 5 years ago, back in 2016, we had 8 communication sites. We have 13 today. That's a 75% growth. We project that growth to continue over the next 5 years, so with the total growth over a 10-year period of 150%. Our microwave hops, 5 years ago, we simply had 3 microwave hops in our network. They were simple one-channel hops. They were relatively easy to maintain. They were low bandwidth. With the addition of broadband, we actually added 18 hops over the next 5 years. That's a growth rate of 500%. We see that growth pattern continuing, and over the next 5 years, over that 10-year period, we anticipate over 1,200% growth rate in microwave alone. And these are multi-channel, highly complex paths that are much more demanding than the ones we had 5 years ago. Two-way radios. We had 600 radios back in 2016. With the new DTR system, we've expanded that. That system continues to grow. So we've experienced 100% growth in 5 years, and again, we anticipate that trend to continue over the next 5. Meet me centers and broadband sites, we were not even doing that 5 years ago. So it's hard to really fully analyze the impact of that systems on our team. But once we started doing that work, we are continuing to see growth in those areas too. And with the expansion of broadband services and the need for residents to work and educate from home, I believe we'll see a much more increase in that area in the next 5 years. The real takeaway with this slide is you get an idea of how much growth our department has undergone, but yet our staffing has remained the same. We had 4 FTEs in 2016. We have 4 FTEs today. And this is really impacting our ability to maintain our systems as well as provide timely response to outages. Next slide, please. So the telecommunications department operates and maintains 17 communication sites. This table provides a 30,000-foot high-level view of our communication sites. And I like showing this table every year because it shows the progress that we've made over the course of 5 years. So 5 years ago, this entire table was almost all red or orange, so either in fair or poor condition. And as you can see, we've made excellent progress over those last 5 years. But we only have 2 sites today that are considered in poor condition. One of them being Thomasville, and we plan to completely rebuild that site next year. At least we're recommending it to go forward. And the other one is the Upper Red Mountain site that sits above Aspen, and we plan to do a partial site upgrade of that site that will actually take that from poor to good condition. We still need a tower that has to be replaced, but we have about 5 years of remaining life on that tower before it needs to be replaced. Also on this chart, Ajax That site is in fair condition. It needs to be rebuilt. It's on our radar, but we've moved it to 2026, and we feel that that site can continue to provide services at least for the next 5 to 6 years. The one thing to note on this chart is the lower red mountain site, I believe as you may all recall, had a power line failure last year. Due to the cost to replace that, plus replace the power line, we elected to decommission that site, and we will be decommissioning it next year. Next slide. So let's go into the various funds. First of all, we're going to cover the translator and broadband fund. We are requesting a one-time transfer of the general fund of $500K. And this is to support capital improvement projects for next year. And there's 3 of them, and I'll go over those in the next slide. This is reduced from the October 13 budget meeting. I know the board had some concerns with the original ask of $900K. What we did is we re-examined, we looked at our capital plan for the next 5 years and decided to remove the broadband relay towers from that capital plan. We originally were going to build 2 of those in 2022 and the remaining 2 in 2023. By removing those, this will result in a $400K savings. And then next year, we plan to revisit the design and cost of those relay towers. And also, with COVID, there's been a number of grant opportunities for broadband, and I think we plan to pursue some of those grant opportunities, assuming that we decide to build these broadband relay towers in order to fund them. And so we'll re-examine that next year, as well as look for grant opportunities. Next slide, please. So for the capital plan, we're recommending 3 projects for next year. One being the Thomasville site build. Cost is anticipated to be $512K. And just to note, this is partially funded by a matching DOLA grant. So this grant was awarded in 2018. We have about $270K remaining on that DOLA grant, and those funds have to be spent next year or we lose them. So $256K of this build will be funded directly from the DOLA grant. The site itself is going to have a new shelter, a 40-foot tower and microwave links, as well as new translators. And I have more detail on this one also on the next slide. We're also recommending the upper red site be upgraded. It's in poor condition. It's a solar-only site that does not have grid power. The solar panels are almost 20 years old. They're not very efficient. They're low power. We want to replace them with high-efficiency solar panels that are 400 watts each. And we also want to replace our lead-acid batteries with a long-life, low-maintenance lithium battery. We also plan to remodel the interior shelter. It's actually a buried culvert. And in order to save money for the county, my team will be doing the work ourselves on this site. The third item is the Jackrabbit power line replacement. The power line is a buried cable. It's similar to the line that was put in for Lower Red Mountain. It's nearly 50 years old, and we're really nervous about this line going bad. We've already invested in the Jackrabbit site rebuild last year, and we think it's really important that we replace that power line and prevent another catastrophe like we witnessed at Lower Red. And that's anticipated to be $200K. Here's a little more detail on the Thomasville site build. So this picture shows the Thomasville site and the various towers and lines that are just strung across to the building. The site itself is nearly 50 years old. It's constantly failing. It's It's a site that requires either helicopter access for hiking. Really, in order to save money, because helicopter services are expensive, we tend to hike to the site. And we do have to hike to it for a regular basis to repair and fix items. The building is decaying, it's rodent infested, and to be quite honest, it's just gross inside. I can't describe it. The towers are rusted at the base, they're no longer safe to climb. The TVFM translators that are there now, they're obsolete and well beyond end of life. We are estimating $512K for site construction and equipment. This cost is a little higher than our normal site builds, but that's because it's helicopter only access. But the good thing is we do have a DOLA matching grant that's going to pay half of the site build. So the new site will not only include translator services, it'll include broadband as well as the public safety repeater system. And the site is going to have a single 40-foot self-supporting tower and an equipment shelf. Next slide. So this is our budget for next year and the 5-year plan. I thought I'd just kind of walk you through this. This is where we're looking for direction from the board. The DOLA grant is shown here. It's $270K. If you take our total revenues less the DOLA grant, we get, gotta hide my screen here, hold on. Yeah, we get about $1,045K of revenue. Our operating expenses, this includes labor, salary, benefits, professional services, as well as materials and supplies. Operating expenses are about $680K. Capital expenses, those are the three items we just discussed, come up to $877K. And overhead expenses are $295K. Now, overhead for us includes support from admin. So we do get support from both Phyllis and Kara, and that's included in that. It also includes the fleet maintenance for our vehicles, as well as overhead for bids and finance. And as you can see, the real issue going forward is that given all the growth that we've had, our operating expenses continue to go up. And when you add operating expenses and overhead, you have very little left over to do in capital improvement projects. And for this year alone, once you take out the DOLA grant of $270K, you're left with $69K. And it's very difficult to do the kinds of capital improvement projects that we have and build that up over the course of many years with just $69K left over. So therefore, we are asking for a one-time transfer from the general fund of $500K. Is there any questions on this?
Kelly? Or
Oh.
Steve, whoever's
George?
running the meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. First of all, I really want to acknowledge you and your staff in terms of the tremendous amount of work you've done. As you've shown in the chart the last 5 years, we never knew how antiquated, how much of a disarray our translator system was really in until you were able to come on board and we created this department. So thank you for all your hard work. My question is, and I don't recall that October 13th draft budget, but on the broadband relay towers that have been pushed down the road, I'm just curious where they were going to be located and what they were going to help address. I think that if we learned nothing else with COVID, we've learned that the way we do business, the way we learn, the way we socialize has changed drastically, and it's a new world out there. And so we rely so heavily on telecommunications and broadband. That's the new way we're going to be working and socializing going forward, I think.
Yeah, thank you, George. The 4 sites included one at Castle Creek, one in Old Snowmass, one in Soapers Creek, and one in Redstone. And these were a result of the broadband study that was done a couple of years ago, that these 4 relay towers would provide they would provide provide services to homes that do not have line of sight to a primary tower, and also would provide the most benefit for clusters of homes in that area. So those were the 4 sites.
Well, I hope that as you look forward to next year or so, that perhaps some money will be available through DOLA grants, and we can revisit, or the board can revisit, perhaps moving some of those sites up. You know, living out in rural Colorado, rural Pitkin County, we rely heavily on access to broadband, and without that, we're really sort of out of the loop. So I would encourage the board to continue to look at ways to continue to provide those opportunities for these valleys, and hopefully we'll get some DOLA grants and we can move that schedule up by a year or 2.
Yeah, I would agree, George. That's kind of our plan, is really to aggressively go after some of the grant funding. And like I said, it's not only DOLA, there's CORES and others as well that have put together huge infusion of revenue in order to provide broadband into rural communities.
And the last question I'll have is, I can't recall what our current mill levy is. I know we went to the voters several years ago to be able to reutilize those funds to include broadband. But as our world has changed and the way we all are doing business, people have higher expectations in terms of broadband access and speed. It may be something down the road next year or 2 that the board will want to consider a minor increase in the mill levy to help continue to support our translator system.
Yeah. Steve, can I?
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, thank you. Jeff, I want to echo what George said. You guys have done an amazing job with the staff that you have, and looking at the graph that you showed of the rankings of the tower sites. I remember when most of them were poor. So those colors have really flipped, and I truly appreciate that, because I remember looking at it going, oh my God, what are we going to do? And you have really turned that around. So I really do appreciate that color change on that graph. So thank you for that. The transfer of monies from the general fund, I just want to keep that door open, so somewhere down the line, I know we talked about repayment back to the general fund. We don't know what will happen maybe with DOLA grants and maybe freeing up monies within your budget. So maybe somewhere down the line, let's just keep that door open for further years out, that maybe there's a possibility of repaying a portion or all of that back to the general fund. We seem to keep tapping into our general fund these days, and I want to make sure we try and keep some money in there. So that's just food for thought in oncoming years. But I want to know why your communications specialist position is pending. Why aren't we just hiring? You guys need some help.
Well, so that is a conversation for the board. Right now, the functions are contracted out. And so I think the position itself could be hired without an increase in budget.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
By contracting it out, the actual expenditures vary year to year. And so sometimes you spend that full amount, sometimes you don't. The board has expressed some concern about additions of FTEs and such. And so we felt that was worthy of further discussion from the board. Strictly from a budgetary and outcomes perspective, it probably does make sense to have our own staff, particularly in years where there's high need for those services, because we probably get more hours at the same cost, so you'll get more outcome at the same cost. For years where and it's a little bit like what's going to happen, right? But I think from staff's perspective, we are certainly We think that in the long run, this will produce a better outcome. In the short term, it may be a slightly higher level of expenditure, but not a higher level than what we've been budgeting for the uncertainty.
Well, yeah,
So
and
how's that?
I'm the one who usually questions hiring people on FTEs, but in reading the information and the fact that it can be, paid for internally, and that it takes away from us having to hire out, and looking at your staffing and what jobs it's not like you have less work in the next 5 years, so I don't know when we get to discuss that, but for me, the one who's usually the cautious person, I think that's a position the board really needs to consider funding and hiring up in 2021.
So Patty, you are right on track, because this is where we're looking for direction in terms of, do we want to make any modifications to this 5-year plan? And certainly adding the FTE in would be a modification, but it wouldn't necessarily change the bottom line that you're seeing.
Yeah.
That's right. And we were also cautious about adding it in, including it in the numbers when we were asking for the transfer from the general fund. Even though the transfer is not for the operations, it's for the capital projects. So it was just out of caution, but if we get direction from you, the board, to go ahead and include it, we will make that change.
Well, I for one think that we need to look at hiring that position in 2021. Believe it or not, I'm saying that, John.
Well, I'm glad it's your idea, Patty.
It's my idea.
She can't say she blocked everything this
Great.
year.
Yeah. This one makes great sense.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Hey, Jeff, I just forwarded you all an email of an article published today, just the latest update on what's happening with broadband from the Starlink system that Elon Musk has launched. I've been following this for a couple of years now, and they're getting closer and closer to providing, basically painting the planet with broadband. So my question is, are we trying to build a system that might end up being much more expensive and unnecessarily redundant to something that could provide a broadband service? I know it doesn't satisfy all the needs we have in the county, but I just want to make sure we have a discussion about this and we're aware of it, because it could be that we have a commercial enterprise competing at a much lower price point to provide basic broadband service that should be improving over the next couple of years. And it doesn't seem like pie in the sky anymore. So I want to make sure we're aware and have our eyes open about that. Regarding an FTE, I think it certainly appears to make sense that we need to be looking, and I was going to say, could we do that as a probationary position to begin with? It's a contractor before we go FTE, but that's up to you guys. I'm comfortable with advocating for that with you. I did have questions, just technical questions, like how many employees do we have in the county and how many radios? We're going to have 1,300 radios. That means we all get to carry 4 or 5, right? The two-way radios. I didn't understand that. And I'm thinking walkie-talkies here. So there are a couple other things like that I just wanted to ask about.
Yeah, Greg, and just for clarity on the radios, we're actually providing that service for other districts, municipalities, and the county. So it's not just for county employees.
Okay, I was thinking, okay, and hopefully are they renting those from us, or are we just giving those to them?
No, there's a financial, yeah.
Yeah, they purchased those radios. We basically put forth a contract that, given the number of agencies and the number of radio requests, we were able to lower the cost of radios for all agencies as well as Pickens County.
Great.
So
Okay.
The result was lower cost in numbers. So the fact that we actually collaborate and partner with all these other agencies resulted in a lower cost for the purchasing of these radios. Excellent.
Thank you for that. I didn't understand that. So the other thing is regarding, building out the broadband towers. If they're just specifically for broadband, maybe it makes sense to push those back a little bit as we see what happens with the satellite-based broadband. And I also know Amazon is trying to do the same thing. They're going to be competing satellite broadband services, and I have a feeling they're going to be competing to lower cost and increase service. And so I'm just wondering if it's time to be building a redundant system.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, competition is good. We're certainly aware of the Starlink system and what's been going on in recent years in terms of the constellation they're building. They've started now, I think, roughly 500 satellites, and they're primarily doing beta testing in the North America region only. But as they continue to launch and further refine this is certainly going to be another option for residents in Pickens County going forward. I guess the issue becomes is, well, when is that coming? Is it? I don't think it's next year or the next 2 years, but it's certainly probably in the next 4 to 5 years. And so our system is going to play a key role, at least in that interim period. And then once they start offering services, we'll have competition. And then how do we respond to that competition? So
the article I sent you all today says they've already launched 900 satellites, and they plan to have targeted U.S. service by the end of 2020. So that's probably ambitious, and it never goes as quickly as they say it does. But anyway, that's where they are.
And there are issues. I mean, I've read a lot of technical journals on it as well. The constellation is a low Earth orbiting satellite, so the dish that's on your home has to have a servo motor that tracks the satellite. So it's not as easy as some of the previous incarcerations of this system where the dish remains fixed with a geosynchronous satellite. The dish actually has to move, so there are servo motors and mechanical issues that they're trying to overcome as well.
Thank you. Sorry to get us in the weeds there. Just wanted to make sure we knew about it, and we're looking at that as well. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we're well aware of it, Greg, but thanks for bringing it up.
Kelly?
Thanks. Hi, Jeff, and thanks to you and your staff. I hope you're all doing well. I would support the sort of shifting of funds to fund the new FTE from the professional services line item. It seems to bring, I think, more reliability and probably efficiency for the money spent. So there's my vote for that. And then I'm wondering, do we have an active conversation with Eagle County about, either promoting and marketing the broadband packages that are available, or even asking them to chip in on sites such as Thomasville that, extend into their region and help with the, closing the loop on the updated public safety radio? And that might be for you or John Peacock.
Yeah, Eagle County is certainly aware. We've asked them to provide funding for the Rudai site. They actually contributed in 2 ways. One is a cash contribution. I don't know if Phyllis is on, but I want to say 25 or 35K. And the other was a hardware contribution for the DTR system.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess I would just say I'd be happy to follow up with the commissioners over there, but I think it would be helpful if they helped market our broadband, because I know it's reaching into Eagle County as well.
Yeah, there's really the biggest area of homes that are in Eagle County is called Rudai Shores, and they're also calling us wanting broadband services. So, and it will come off of our tower.
Okay, thank you.
So, Jeff, I would also support moving the paid, the hired labor, move that in-house into your department. It's really pretty admirable what you have done in the expansion, all the different systems you are having to manage. And since you are basically on call 24 hours a day in case there's any problems, if one of you were out sick, or a couple of you were out sick at one time or on vacation or something, you don't really have that much redundancy in your labor system. And that would really help to have one more person in-house, and I would support
And
change.
that's something we struggle with, Steve, is all of our schedules, we can't have two people on vacation at the same time. So it's one of the things we have to deal with when looking at you know, who's around on weekends and who can support an outage if it happens.
Then a couple other comments on the issue of using the Skylink system potentially. Satellite service is not that reliable. I've been dropped twice today on a perfectly clear day. I know there's nothing blocking the view from the satellite to me. I would be much more comfortable relying on a ground-based system like our broadband system that we're developing for reliability. And that brings to question the electromagnetic pulses or whatever the issue is. That might not be the right term, but those can knock out satellites, I think, perhaps easier than other things. Does the equipment on your mountaintop sites, is that protected in the buildings? Does that act as a Faraday cage to protect your electronic equipment?
Well, all of our equipment in the shelters is fully grounded. It's lightning protected. It's protected from surge suppression. Those are really the main issues that we deal with on our communication sites. You can get these high surges either from the power grid or from lightning strikes that will traverse the tower and completely destroy a shelter. So it's very important that we isolate that and ground everything properly. And so that's just a standard practice for us, and we do that at all of our sites.
Okay, and one last comment, well, a couple of them. I'll comment about the green versus the red. I had noticed that also. I remember the days when almost everything was red on that chart. And if we would just line those up and look 5 years ago to today, it's just as amazing how much progress you all have made on upgrading our telecommunications. Also on the budget page, I really like the way that you did it this year. I don't know who did the work on that, but that makes it so much more readable, like pulling out the really key numbers off to the side in a window and being able, you know, kind of a little bit of explanation of what those are makes it easily readable to a layperson who's not, you know, really adept at looking at a bunch of figures on a budget sheet and not knowing, well, which ones are the most important ones to look at.
That's all Jeff's work.
Thank you.
So thanks for doing that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank you to the board for direction on this. We will add in the FTE into the budget.
Could I ask one more quick question, very briefly? Just did you say the Ajax site is going to be moved, Jeff? Is that what I heard?
Yes. It was
Will it have a
moved from 2025 to 2026.
okay the date build moved? Okay, you're not actually moving the site. I thought I heard you say you moved it.
Yeah. By the rebuild is being moved out 1 year.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, let's
So,
continue on
I
with.
guess I have one more comment in terms of the 4 additional towers for the broadband system. I'm okay leaving just the 500,000 right now, dropping the 400,000. But if we can get some grants, I would love to see a couple of those sites push forward to, you know, try to do them next year if at all possible, if we can get enough grant money to do that.
Yeah, we're certainly going to try, Steve.
Okay, so Jeff, I know you've got more items to go through. I think we have direction from a majority of the board to do the position change, and why don't you carry on your public radio next?
Yeah, so that completes the translator broadband budget. So now let's go into the public safety radio budget. in response to COVID, what we did is we decided to significantly reduce the budget for public safety radio next year. And this mainly has to do with the uncertainty in budgets from the various municipalities and agencies which provide funding to the public safety radio budget. Some municipalities were expressing concern that they weren't going to meet their budget numbers for next year. So in an effort to address that, we reduced our budget from $630K last year to $490K this year. That's a 25% reduction. We will continue to do some small items, and this mainly has to do with the microwave system. We need to get some additional reliability into the system and replace an old antiquated microwave hop. But the first one on this list, and this is something that we're actually trying to do in general with our whole microwave and fiber network, and that's to look for partners where we can actually share funding in order to improve the system. And one of those partners is the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority. They would like to get a microwave link to their Old Snowmass and Thomasville stations, and they're willing to contribute $40K for that effort. So we plan to partner with them in order to expand the microwave system to those two facilities. We also plan to add a redundant microwave link to the town of Snowmass Village. There's only one link in there today, and this is the only DTR site that does not have a redundant microwave link. And this will improve our 800 megahertz radio system overall. We also would plan to replace an old microwave link that's going from Upper Red Mountain to the jail. This link is about 10 years old. It's beyond end of life, and we need to replace it. So total anticipated capital improvement is $53K for microwave hops. Like I said, this is way down from previous year. This shows our county microwave fiber network. And as you can see, it's pretty vast. And 5 years ago, this chart, or this picture, was 3 lines. There were simply 3 microwave hops that supported public safety. With the advent of the broadband initiative, as well as our translator streaming initiative, we've grown it into what you see here today. Like I said, 5 years ago, we had 3 hops. Now we have 18, and we plan to have 25 hops in 2021. So this is a 500% growth in 5 years. And we're going to continue to see this diagram expand well beyond this over the next 5 years. Some of the additional things that we are working on that really don't involve public safety, but I wanted to mention it here today. We put in a microwave link from the landfill to Williams, and that is now providing county internet to the landfill, which they didn't have before. They had a CenturyLink T1 line, which was very costly and provided in very low bandwidth. The landfill, as you know, is building a new operations and maintenance center, and we plan to add a redundant loop. So we will be adding a microwave link from Williams over to the new operations and maintenance center. We'll also be adding fiber between that O&M building as well as the scale building. So this will provide a fully redundant loop to give them county internet to the landfill. We're also adding the Basalt Meet Center, which is over in Emma at Stubby's, to Project 4, excuse me. And this is going to improve resiliency on our fiber network. We'll have a separate ingress point for the microwave system for broadband, one being the North 40 Meet Center, and now the Basalt Meet Center. One thing that we're really proud of that's happening this year is we were approached by the Roaring Fork School District on a student broadband initiative, and that is to provide internet to students that are living in mobile home parks in both Basalt and El Jebel. We actually eagerly responded to that request, and we've been working with them side by side now for the last couple of months to make this happen. And in fact, an access point was installed at the Stubbies building, and this will now be providing internet to students that are living in the mobile home park right by Stubbies. And we actually anticipate that service going live this week. The one in El Jebel, we are adding a microwave link from Crown to the fire station called BFD 42. And from there, they will actually distribute internet to 2 mobile home parks that are within that vicinity. And this is just a really good thing, a good partnership, and a good initiative that both Pitkin County and the school district can be proud of in providing broadband to these students. The last item is that we continue to improve county internet. We added an additional circuit with backup capability. So all facilities are now connected to Project Thor internet, with the exception of Southside and Pamela. This system has proven very effective this year. We had 2 CenturyLink fiber cuts going up the valley. We also had a Comcast fiber cut going up the valley this summer. And the system responded without a hitch during the failover. People in the admin building, sheriff's building, the jail, health and human services never knew the line had actually been cut.
Jeff, I have a couple of questions on the things on the towers on that last map. One is HC. Is that Holy Cross Energy?
That is Holy Cross Energy, correct?
Okay, and then one says OIT.
And so that's the state IT, which operates all of their DTR system. And so we built a fiber network between these 3 tower sites up at Sunlight.
Okay, thanks.
And we also have, just if you go back, Connie, so there's also a Holy Cross site that's on the top of Ajax and Aston Mountain. We also have fiber going between those 2 towers. And all the fiber that's at these mountaintop sites is primarily for us to hand off our audio from the 2-way radio system over to the state. And we do that via both the Holy Cross site and the state site. We have a very good working relationship with both Holy Cross and the state on our sites. So this is the 2021 public safety radio budget and 5-year plan. Total revenue is $535K. If you add up all these items under expenditures, operating expenses are $331K. Again, this includes our labor, some professional services, as well as materials and supplies. Our capital expenses are $59K. That included $53K for the additional microwave links, as well as $6,000 for computer equipment. Our overhead expenses are $98K, and this is primarily our overhead for fleet, as well as bits and finance. Our fund balance is $45K.
So at this point,
And
we
again,
would,
this is an area where we're looking for direction from the board. But I think the radio budget is we're not asking for anything from the general fund. It's self-supported from the public safety agencies, and it is a budget that is cognizant of COVID events and what little items that we can do next year.
So on all of the 5-year
Any
plans,
questions?
we do have a direction button asking the board, are you good with us moving it forward as presented? Or if not, let us know your feedback or suggestions at this point of time so we can make changes.
So, I mean, I think we should just do a thumbs up. I know you're not always comfortable with that, Patty, but if someone does object, now would be the time, but I mean, I'm fully in favor of this, and I think doing a thumbs up on these, if you are opposed, do a thumbs down, and then we'll talk further about it.
I'm comfortable moving it forward.
So, okay, thank you, Patty. This is not our final vote on it, remember that. This is a preliminary, we're okay with it now, but we do the final vote on the budget later on. And we
Yes.
do it all together.
That's correct. We just want to make sure
Public
you're
understand.
good with what we're presenting at this point, and then we can move forward.
Kelly?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good with this. I guess I just have a question. Is there, Jeff, do you see any liability related to foregone work in 2021? Or postponed work in 2021?
We do not, Kelly. So the main thing that's helping this budget is we moved the Ajax site build out to 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I think we'll move forward. The next slide was on the position, but I think we will skip over this as the board has already given direction. And for the sake of time, move on to the next budget presentation.
Perfect, thank you.
So thank you, Jeff, and all of your staff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, thank you. Just real quickly, I want to recognize Connie for all the work that she's done on this budget. There is months and months and months of planning to see these final charts that you're seeing today. So I just want to recognize and thank Connie for all she's done.
Thanks, Connie.
Okay.
We're going to see more of her.
She's
Thank
not
you,
going
thank you
anywhere.
both.
Too. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, next up is our public health
So-
budget
so
presentation.
I know right now, Connie, I'm going to steal some words from your mouth, but we are moving on to the Pickens County Public Health proposed budget. And before we start this budget presentation, we want to do a virtual round of applause for all the great work that our staff from the Department of Public Health has been doing, all the work that the Human Services Department has been doing to, in these last 7 or 8 months, working on the reaction to the COVID virus. Everybody's done such an awesome job. So a virtual round of applause from everybody, please. You can clap for yourself.
Did Karen get on the Zoom meeting and Suzuho?
I see Karen.
Hi, Connie. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
this is
we're all
Great.
on now. Yeah.
So Karen, you just let me know how to advance the slides.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, and thank you, Steve, for acknowledging the work that the public health team and the human services team has been doing for the last almost 8 months now. We appreciate that. So just a quick, we're really going to focus in per Connie's instruction on what's happening in 2021. So we won't be talking about, all the kind of intensive work we've been doing in 2020, but you could imagine that 2021 will look very similar to our 2020 kind of response, COVID-19 will continue to be the department's top priority. But we'll be talking with you a little bit about some of the other work we were doing pre-COVID and work that we'd like to continue in 2021 based on this budget presentation. So just, we always like to start with reminding you all and the folks in the audience, what our mission is. And I think most critically now, to just reiterate, that really our job is to protect the community's health. And that's the whole community, every single person that lives, works, and plays, in essence, in Pitkin County, by preventing disease, promoting health, and protecting and enhancing environments, policies, and systems that support positive outcomes for everyone. And probably no truer than 2020 have you seen the results of the public health perspective on addressing COVID-19. We really want to make sure that all systems are in place so that we have a sustained, healthy, and thriving community, that we really value health and the environment, inclusion and equity, and quality data and lived experiences to inform our practices, and that we continue to think about how do we consider inequities that are happening in our community, health disparities that are happening in our community, and how do we mitigate for those, and using our equity statement to really try to engage with community in a different way, so that we're creating solutions together with them. That's been challenging during COVID-19, I'll tell you. Next slide. So this is, I think that there's a couple pieces here that I might have to point out that are maybe a little bit in error, but you can see that the blue were existing positions prior to COVID, our COVID response. We have Tom Dunlap in kind of a funky shade of blue just because he's been a contracted staff for us to do Superfund work for a long time. The folks that you see in purple are folks that we have hired to respond specifically to COVID-19. And just a reminder that many of the staff that is in blue, primarily almost all their focus is on COVID-19. So the work that they might have been doing prior to COVID-19, we've had to either put on hold, or we have tried to move along as best we can. But the managers in particular have taken on COVID-19 as their primary job. I'll stop there and see if there's just any questions on the 2020 before I move to 2021.
I think you're good, Karen.
Great, thanks, Steve. Okay, so here's our 2021 proposal. We are looking at, and we'll talk more in depth when we go through our budget, specific budget presentations, but we are looking at the two new positions. One is a contracted, or I should say a temporary OWTS permit technician position to help support that program, especially because we've moved Brian over to supervising the the consumer protection team. So he is doing a completely different job than he was prior to COVID, and we really need to provide support for him to continue to do the OWTS permitting and the OWTS system, septic system kind of process. And then we also have put in a mental health analyst position. This was a position that we had actually discussed at the beginning of this year. This would be a term limited 2-year position. I'll talk with you about how that will be funded, but we have full funding for that position through a number of different sources. So I'll talk in detail a little bit about that. But those are the two positions we're going to be highlighting with you as we go through our budget presentation. Next slide. So this is just a reminder of, prior to COVID-19, we were really looking at public health transformation. We had brought this concept through the state of Colorado that we were going to go to the legislature and ask for funding to go with some of the mandated services that we are required to do by law, but were unfunded mandates, and we were going to go back to the legislature and ask for more general fund from the state coffers. we have put this effort on hold as public health, realizing that the majority of our efforts are focused on COVID-19. I would like to see the public health transformation effort be reinvigorated in Colorado in the next few years, because certainly, it's no surprise that public health was underfunded, and I think COVID-19 has brought some light that we need additional federal funding and state funding to really address the concerns of our community. CDC funding was down by 10% over the last 10 years, and so the CDC really needs to have adequate funding to then distribute that to the state and local level. Next slide. I'm not going to go through this in any level of detail, but you're all aware of the core public health services that by statute we are required to provide for the community, and we want to have the same services across the whole state of Colorado. We want to have consistency, that anyone at any time can access these public health services. Next slide. So I'm going to skip over that. That's just more details about our public health framework. So going into COVID, we had done a pretty comprehensive analysis of what was happening in the public health department, what core public health services we were providing, what it would mean to be right-sized as a public health department for Pickens County. This was just an analysis we did going into 2020. A lot of this is still true, but again, we have shifted a lot of our focus to addressing COVID-19 at this point. Next slide. And we'll just skip over. So we know that by expanding COVID-19 going into 2020, we know that, or 2021, we'll still be in the throes of our COVID-19 response. We don't anticipate that anything will really change until probably the end of 2021, even with vaccines in place. That vaccine distribution will be slow in coming. There's priority populations. By the time the whole population has access to a vaccine, we're anticipating that probably will be by the end of the year, but that we're continuing to have a similar response to what we have right now. As more and more folks get vaccinated in the community and that vaccine hopefully sticks, we'll see more immunity happening, and that should hopefully address some of our RE factor, or our disease transmission factor, the ability for the virus to spread from person to person. So looking at this, we're just highlighting a couple of the COVID-19 things that we anticipate happening in 2021. So I will go ahead and go next slide, please. These are the goals that we crafted both for our department as well as for the community. These are goals that we've brought forth at the Board of Health many times. Some of these goals are still very much goals that we are focused on. Some of them are goals that I think we've met some efficacy around, including a surge in the healthcare system. During the early days of the pandemic, we were able to tamp down disease transmission with the stay-at-home orders, and that really allowed for the hospital systems to prepare for a surge. So some of these things have happened, but we're still looking at a lot of these as primary goals for us within 2021. Next slide. Okay, so now we're going to dive into budget. These are just our administrative public health big rocks for the 2021 year. We're going to be looking at our strategic direction. We did some work with the Board of Health around crafting a strategic, we had a strategic retreat and a strategic plan. The team just had a strategic retreat. We have some high level priority goals that we're going to be bringing forth in 2021 to revise our current 2020 strategic plan. We're looking at really a strong and robust communications plan that we had started this year, but have not been able to fully articulate. We will continue that in 2021. COVID will be a part of it, but it won't be all of it. We'll be doing other communications. We will be looking at a move to expand our team and our space into the Emma Road Public Health Office space, and that's, again, contingent on the BOCC approval of that expansion and the budget to go along with that, but that will be a big change for us. and we will continue to keep offices at the HHS building, but this is just for our expanded team. And then we will be providing, of course, strategic direction and planning for COVID-19 in 2021. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions before I move into the budget itself.
So Karen, I don't see any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, next slide. So, Connie, I didn't know if we had the administrative budget in there, or are we just jumping into PPP?
No, I think we just jump right into the PPP.
Okay. So this is a planning, partnership, and prevention budget. This is the budget that Jordana oversees. So just a reminder that that team includes the prior to COVID, it included the work that we were doing, all the work we were doing with tobacco, and it also included the PACT program, which is the co-responder program, mental health and law enforcement responding to situations in the community collectively. So we have a person in our program, Jenny, who oversees that, as well as Diana, who's overseeing tobacco. Jordana's team has expanded to include COVID-19 program administrators that are focused specifically on COVID work. Jordana is out, she's on vacation, so that's why I'm doing this budget for her. So just a heads up on that. So we are looking at, we received a State Health Department harm reduction grant this year to expand really the PACT program. So the PACT program is funded through the Office of Behavioral Health. Now we have additional funds from CDPHE to support that program, which means an expansion of staff, not our staff, but contracted staff through Mind Springs Health to do that work. So that revenue will also stay as an increase for us in 2021. And then we will look at really how that, again, is going to expand. They're going to be hiring another co-responder, and they're going to be hiring a peer support person to, again, expand that program. So PACT should be able to be in the community for more times, more days, more access. And so we're super excited about that expansion. And then we also, this is, as I alluded to, we're asking for one FT mental health analyst. This is a 2-year temporary, or sorry, term limited, I should say, term limited position. The funding from this is coming from Healthy Community Fund savings that we had through our mental health RFP that we've been working on for 3 years now with Mind Springs Health and Mountain Stanley. We have had cost savings for the last few years, and we brought this to the steering committee, and their recommendation was to use those cost savings as well as cost savings from the city of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, and Aspen School District to collectively pool those dollars together to support this position for 2 years. So again, this is a fully funded position. We have dollars for it for 2 years. It wouldn't be any increase, in essence, to the budget. We're using revenues from other places. Next slide. So, Connie, I'm going to have you move past this slide. Okay. So these are the big rocks for planning, prevention, and partnerships for 2021. We will be going into, by statute, we have to do a community health assessment every 5 years. We're entering into a new session to do that analysis next year. So that will be a big rock for us. We will continue with the STEP program, which is the tobacco program, and doing policy work around that. We will be continuing the PACT program, continuing to work collaboratively with the community. This is the group that works as community liaisons to provide COVID-19 guidance and information to partners. And also, we are looking at completion and early implementation of a mental health strategic action plan, and I'll talk more about that and how it relates to the mental health analyst position. Next slide. So prior to, in 2019, we had worked collectively with the community on creating a mental health strategic plan. This was a very robust process that public health was leading, in which we engaged the community, multiple different stakeholder meetings, focus groups, surveys, worked with a steering committee and a planning committee to really craft a mental health strategic plan. We had gotten to the point where we had some high-level goals crafted from that mental health strategic planning work, and we were prepared to continue that work at about the time that COVID-19 really impacted our community, and we put that work on hold. So we have an executive summary that talks about these high-level goals, and you can see them right here. They were identified again by the community and by mental health providers and all sorts of folks that went into this process. So we were looking at promotion and prevention, and you can see the three goals underneath that, looking at intervention and treatment, as well as aftercare and recovery. And I won't read those goals to you, but again, you can see that there were high-level goals that were identified. At that point, we put, as I said, this work on hold, and we just sort of put a pause on it for the community until we have had some time to regroup around it. Next slide. So these were, the first goals are the community goals, the second goals are provider goals, and so we're kind of bucketing all of these goals together. So these were specific to mental health providers and what they wanted to work on in our community around mental health and substance use. So the process that we had done, as I mentioned, was that we had completed reaching those goals, but we put the work on pause. What we identified as next steps were to complete the mental health strategic plan, to do some asset mapping in the community. So that's looking at all the positives that are happening, all the resources that we have currently around mental health, to have another provider meeting that we just didn't get to, and then to draft and finalize the goals, strategies, and outcomes, and have a final report to share back with the community. We also looked at completing an action plan. So the strategic plan is what we're going to do, and the action plan is how we're going to do it. So really looking at who, what, where, timelines around actually completing actions. And so the next step was to create an action plan with indicators, goals, strategies, and outcomes, and then to have that final action plan completed. So this would be the work that mental health analyst would be doing. So they would take the start of this, they would do the asset mapping, they would complete the strategic plan, they would complete the action plan, they would implement the action plan. So that's what we're looking at for them for the next 2 years. So that's the tie-in between the work we were doing previously in this position. So questions about that, because I think that's kind of one of the biggest things we're recommending in our 2021 budget and work that we're continuing to do that is outside of COVID-19.
Craig?
This is great to see it. Thanks, Karen. It's very clear. My question just regarding the strategic mental health plan and partnerships with the other organizations we have in the community already, like Mind Springs or Aspen Hope Center or others. Are there plans to work with them, and is there any way we could possibly engage some of their skills for some of these tasks? Just wondering if, once again, redundancy versus services that may already be existing in the neighborhood that we could avail ourselves of. It's a naive question, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to get a grip on what's available already and how this will fit with the existing environment.
Yeah, it's a good question. It kind of shows it's kind of the intersection between the public health work and then the community's ability to provide the services. So just like, I think I'll use PACT as an example, just like with PACT, our staff member for PACT coordinates the system. So they're the ones that are, working with the different groups, providing like infrastructure support, data support, kind of providing the strategic direction for that program. For the mental health analysts, that's what they would be doing as well. So they're completing the plan, they're crafting the action plan with those community partners. The community partners are actually the ones implementing the plan. So if we go back to, one of those goals, let's say, was to increase mental health supports for kiddos in school or something like that. It's not that public health is providing that direct service for the community. We would be crafting the goals, the indicators, checking in with the providers to say, how are you doing with that goal? How can we support you? And really bringing the data back to the community and the steering committee to say, here's where we're making progress on this, here's where we're still struggling. So it is totally in collaboration, Greg, with all of the existing systems that are out there. We're just helping to convene it and kind of coordinate it and push it forward, if that makes sense. More questions about that?
There's no more questions.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Okay, next slide, Connie, please. So that's it for the PPE team. That's really our biggest, like I said, our biggest ask is around the mental health analyst position, wanting to push that work forward. We do have a letter of support. I forgot to bring it from the city of Aspen, but all of our partners, ADH, the school district, the city, are in complete support of this work and really want to see that analyst position move forward and the strategic plan move forward so that we can make some significant changes in the continuum of care as we move along. So I'm going to turn it over to Kurt unless there's any more questions for me.
So just a question maybe for Connie. I think we could maybe do a thumbs up on this position at this time, or thumbs down, or should we do that, Connie, when we're looking at the final budget page?
Yes, we can do that when we're looking at the final budget for the whole public health fund and the 5-year plan.
Steve, I have a couple questions.
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, under the trends, issues, and opportunities for the public health core service and implementation, I don't see anything in there, and I might be missing it, where we have any one of these bullet points that's about testing, vaccines, and immunizations. Because for me, that's a priority. I know we're working on it. We're hoping to have something instituted before the end of the year, but we're not absolutely sure. We've been saying that for some time now, that we're going to have a plan. So is there a reason why I don't see that in here as any one of the bullet points?
And Karen, I think
So
that Patty is looking at the budget profile.
I'm looking at the budget profile that's in my budget book.
And the budget profiles were completed a little bit earlier in the budget process in August. So there may be more information in the presentation than in the budget profile in this case, as things have been evolving.
All right, because that's a key point to me. The other thing is, as far as, and I'm going to bring this up now, I think we need to have a discussion about the use of the building I'm sitting in right now, our administration building, because we have some spaces here that are not being utilized in the short term, that maybe before we invest $800 to $1.3 million in the Emma building, we might want to look at what we can do, because some of these positions we're hoping will be short-term positions, not for perpetuity. So I know we need to look at doing something with the Emma building, but right now with so many unknowns, with budget issues, sales tax, with this surge we're seeing in numbers, we don't know what winter's going to bring us. It's not really looking good right now. So I would rather have that discussion as far as expansion of the Emma building as what we might be able to do to accommodate new staff from public health in this building. I just think we need to have that discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. And we are working, so we took that as a separate direction.
Your
Is that
mic.
mic not working? Yep. So we are taking, we have taken that direction, so we'll be coming back to do a work session about what we see as the kind of phase reopening and considerations and timing. And so this is a longer term kind of
Right,
view
right.
for sure.
But I think
Yeah.
before we invest, I just want to be cautious of our use of funds, because I think we should be. I think we have been very conservative. But in utilizing some space we might have available in this building, like I said, for the short term, before we sink $1.3 million possibly into the Emma building, when maybe in the short term we could be using space here for that. So I just want to bring that up now. And I do support the, I'm going to say it now anyway, the 2-year mental health consultant. I think that we've needed that, and it's funded, and I think that's a good way to go, because mental health issues are definitely going up. They're surging with the surge, so. Thank you, Steve.
Kind of tagging on to your comment, Patty, I noticed that, Karen, when you mentioned right-sizing the department for our size of population, you put down 13 to 16 FTEs, and right now we have about 28 people because of the pandemic. Going forward, there could be another pandemic or some other health emergency come our way, and does that 13 to 16 that you have, is that kind of having some staff on hand to be ready for the next incident of, the next virus or whatever that comes along the way, or will we need to kind of start from scratch if that, God forbid, if that happens again? I'm sure sometime it will, maybe not in our tenure here, but could you address that question?
A great question, Steve. So when we did that analysis, that 13-ish number was really based on the primary mandated core public health services. Disease investigation and control is one of those core services. And so if you think about, going into COVID, we had a 0.5 epidemiologist that could do all the work, right? So disease investigation and control. Normally that would be totally just fine, right? Because we might only have a couple, like a TB kind of issue or something that we might be doing some containment around or isolation around. I think what the pandemic has brought to light probably is that having a more beefed up disease investigation team will be important regardless of the response after the pandemic. So just as an example, recognizing Eagle County is bigger than Garfield County, but going into the pandemic, Eagle County had 1 full-time epidemiologist as well as about 5 people trained on their staff to do disease investigation, case investigation, contact tracing. So they already had kind of that capacity built a little bit going into the COVID-19 response. So I would say absolutely, post-pandemic, keeping that disease investigation team kind of probably not to the extent that we have right now, but having more people involved in that and more staffing is going to be critical. And again, knowing that we're going to see outbreaks from COVID-19 past the vaccination realm, it's just going to be with us for a while before it becomes really endemic into our environment. And so my guess is that we're going to need to keep a couple of folks on board after the primary response, if that helps answer that question.
Okay, definitely. I've had that feeling too, that this is going to be with us forever, and there will be outbreaks from time to time, just like there are from the flu or other things. Okay, why don't you carry on the disease investigation part?
Hey, thanks everyone. Good morning. Kurt Dahl, I'm the environmental health manager, and in COVID, I am also overseeing the disease investigation team. As Karen just talked about, we decided that it made sense in analyzing the staffing to roll out with a disease investigation division different than environmental health. As we talked about, Carlin Porter was our epidemiologist, emergency preparedness, half-time in each. She was under the environmental health umbrella. With COVID and the expansion of the COVID team, it made sense to go ahead and separate out disease investigation from environmental health so that we have that separate division already. Are you still there? My screen flashed. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yep, you're still there.
Thank you.
You're back.
Technology.
You can hear it for a second there, Kurt.
Hopefully the power holds, right? Okay, so in 2021, we're not anticipating any additional changes to the budget. The disease investigation team, these our staffing needs have all been addressed in 2020. So this includes all of the case investigation team that we've previously hired. You want to go to the next slide, Tommy? So the disease investigation team, one of the things to think about, Steve, you talked about the continuation. So obviously right now we're focused on COVID-19. The previous work that Carlin was doing also, if you look at the other communicable diseases, if you look at strep throat, flu, foodborne illness, we've come and talked to you about rabies a number of times. Those all would live under this, but the focus for 2021 is going to be the disease investigation around COVID-19, our case investigation and contact tracing, and then the data collection that as we're doing these investigations, the information that we're getting and the data that we collect, looking at that and analyzing that data to try to understand the spread of the disease better so that we can come back to the administrative team with recommendations on, different policy changes that we might need, obviously in conjunction with the public health orders that we have. So the real function of those teams is going to be around that. And then again, surveillance with the virus itself and understanding, to the best of our ability, the spread of the disease. The other changes that we made with this new division, we took the tuberculosis and immunization contracts that we have with the state health department and moved them under here. Again, tuberculosis makes sense to put that under disease investigation, and same with the immunization piece. Those contracts, for the most part, we partner with community health services, and so a portion of those are passed through that goes to community health services for the direct services that they provide with tuberculosis surveillance and then the immunization planning piece. Next slide. So the big rocks for the disease investigation division really, again, are around, and Patty, I know you talked about the immunization piece. So we're looking at mass vaccination events for COVID-19 and flu for 2020 both. We've already started in 2020 with the flu vaccination. We had a Redstone event that we partnered with Community Health Services. But these will continue into 2021, mostly COVID at that point, and we're still in the planning process with that. State Health Department just submitted their plan to the CDC, and then our plan, we're underway with putting our mass vaccination plan together with knowing what the state has planned now. So we're also partnering with Eagle and Garfield counties, looking at potentially a Mid-Valley mass vaccination piece as well. So there are a number of issues that we're looking at. And again, partnering with Community Health Services on that. In terms of the case investigation team, I think the big piece, if you think about the BOCC strategy, that's really where that strategy lives, is in the disease investigation team. Our goals there are more aggressive than the state health departments. We look to try to contact 85% of our cases within 6 hours of being reported. So that's part of that containment of the disease. You test for it, you isolate, quarantine for it. And this is looking at isolation, getting 85% of those people who are sick isolated with that information. And then the other is contacting 85% of the contacts that come out of those positive cases. Those are people who are exposed, who then have to quarantine. contacting them within 24 hours. The team has been meeting those measures. We've gotten busier in October, certainly busier than we anticipated, but we're continuing to meet those goals. And I think, because we have more aggressive goals than what CDPHE listed out, I think our team is doing a good job of trying to box in the virus itself. And we want to continue to keep those goals for 2021 and reduce the spread of COVID-19. I think that was the end of that. And then Karen, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about testing. Do you want to do that here, or do you want to do that after?
I'll do it here. I just want to acknowledge what Steve had mentioned, that we don't have.
Karen, we can't hear you very well.
Karen, you may need to log back on. Your mic is doing that thing with your voice.
Were there any other questions while Karen's logging back in that I could answer with the disease investigation team?
Don't see any, Kurt.
Okay.
Steve?
Greg?
Yeah, Kurt, I thought maybe you could answer this while we're waiting for Karen. Just regarding the news we've been hearing about, either it's an app or a website that the state is promoting for a Bluetooth-based contact tracing sort of thing. Is that part of this disease investigation and response? You know about that?
Yeah, we know a little bit about that. The state rolled out, they've been working with Apple and Google on an app that basically uses Bluetooth on your phone to track your potential contacts that you might have. And then if somebody is positive, they enter into their phone, and then the phone is able to then go back out to those contacts that the phone might have identified within the proximity to let them know that they may have been exposed. So yes, we're working with the state health department on that. It was rolled out Sunday. We still had some questions around the functionality of it. And in fact, we're working on just trying to see if we can get a dummy test up, today or tomorrow with some of our extra phones that BITS had to work through the process of reporting on that, Greg. So it's not 100% clear if it's just a personal responsibility and notification system, or if there's information that's going to come back to our contact tracing team for us to assist in contact tracing. So that's one of the questions that we have that we've been working with the state to try to get all of that resolved, and hopefully we've got that next day or two since it's already been rolled out.
Thank you. If you need another guinea pig, I'll volunteer my county phone.
Thanks.
Let me give this a try. Kelly,
Did
is
you
that better?
want to jump into testing? Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to acknowledge that we didn't fold a lot of the testing conversation into the 2021 the piece, because we actually had brought to the BOCC a request for that testing and vaccine analyst position for the 2020 budget. So we are in the process of, it is advertised, I think we've had 2 applicants thus far, trying to get that filled fairly quickly, recognizing that is a person that can kind of coordinate all efforts. We are currently working with Community Health Services to set up a drive-through testing site in Aspen for pretty much folks that are underinsured, uninsured, people who are may have a lot of barriers to getting testing, and that will be a free testing site within, again, logistics being figured out, but within Aspen, run by Community Health Services. We're also we've been supplying the AVH with tests, as well as now additional tests for their drive-through basalt site, and we're putting a lot of energy and effort into helping them get that set up. There are other conversations happening about employer-based testing and other community-based testing sites. There's a lot of work going on from the department as well as county manager office to really address the testing barriers that we have in this community right now. So we're hoping that those are accomplished, and that we, with the testing coordinator, that will really help to push that effort through in 2021 as well, recognizing that vaccines have an interplay with testing as well. A lot of the infrastructure and thinking around it are very similar. So we're hoping that this person can really do both work, because the vaccines are going to be equally as important as those start to come online.
Steve?
See if Steve's still with us.
Steve?
Yeah,
no,
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, my concern wasn't the position. My concern was I didn't see it noted in the section of the budget that I've got in front of me. There's sections everywhere. So the one that I'm looking at right now, under the trends, issues, and opportunities for the 12-month outlook, there's nothing in here, there's no bullet point around vaccines or testing. And for me, that is a priority that we've been talking about since pretty much for a while. So I was just wondering why it wasn't listed there. I know we're hiring somebody to help mandate it, but we're going to be looking at it. I'm hoping that maybe you're being very optimistic and it's all going to be solved before 2021, but I'm not quite sure that's going to happen.
Yeah,
So
I think that's something that's easy to add to the budget profile, because as Karen said, there is a lot of effort and conversation going into these discussions with the community. Public health doesn't provide the testing, but we do convene a lot of those discussions and try and coordinate those efforts. And it's easily something that we could add to the
yeah,
budget
I think
profile.
I think it's very important, because if I wanted to look at prioritizing these issues, that one needs to be one of those we could take into consideration.
Yeah.
So I would greatly appreciate that, because it's really been something that Greg and I have both been talking a lot about, is trying to get the Board of Health to actually look at. I think this information is great, and it would be a great sector for the board to, for us to be looking at our retreat, is these bullet points and how we need to prioritize, because we can't do everything like we would like to do it because of funding, because of all the resources that we need. So we need to look at really prioritizing what we can do and what's the top list for the Board of Health, because it's
Yeah.
really their charge.
And just to foreshadow for the board too, what's not included in this budget is we did apply for some CARES Act funding
Right.
also to support testing. We'll hopefully hear in about a week or so, and if that funding comes through, then there may be an additional request coming before you approve the final budget.
Well, and almost
So-
daily, we're getting updates on more funding that's coming out for all different sectors of COVID response. So, we never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen.
All right. And then lastly, the environmental health proposed budget. Next slide. So the proposed changes to our budget and revenues, we are going to see an increase. The OWTS fees that you see says pending approval. The Board of Health approved those 2 weeks ago. So we're anticipating increase in revenues, about $40,000, I believe, based on our permitting for 2021, based on our permits for 2020. 2020 has continued to be a very busy year for us, surprisingly. We anticipated with our COVID response initially that we would see a decrease in building and house sales, and actually we've seen a reverse of that. Building department has continued to see a number of applications go through their department for new construction. As well as we've seen a boom in our house sales, which impacts the revenues, because we have our use permit that is required when you sell a house on a septic system to get that inspected. So we already had set a record number of permits for a year back in September. So we issued more use permits already in September than we had any other previous year, which is pretty amazing considering the circumstances. We're anticipating at this point that will continue. So the other piece is an increase in expenditures on OWTS permit tech positions, temporary, to help us with the permitting process for septics. As you're probably all familiar, when you get a building permit, if you're on a septic system, we have to issue that septic permit prior to release of the building permit. So there's an impact to our community in terms of getting those permits through and getting your building permit through if we're not able to get our septic permit through in a timely manner. So in our budget, we've proposed a permit tech to help us with not only getting the permit itself, the application set into the system, set up for us, but also for customer service so that when people are calling, asking questions, we have somebody that's available more immediate than Brian or me, since both of us are really full-time in COVID right now. So it's a two-way position. It also, we anticipate that this position will help us with compliance with the use permit system. One of the things that we haven't been able to do is look at records of sales and compare them with our use permits to see if, what kind of compliance we're getting with use permits and how many people are skipping out on that process, and then looking at doing some education with realtors around that. This position can help us with that. I think it's a really important position because we've already felt that real pinch. Brian is working 2 jobs right now, trying to get not only our OWTS permits through, but also working on being the manager of the Consumer Protection Division for COVID response. Next slide. So these are the areas that we typically work in. I think the biggest story here is with COVID-19, we've really not been able to do any of these and won't be able to. We'll do them minimally without any additional resources. So we've been fortunate to have some partners help. And where we can, we've tried to pick up pieces. So, with air quality, I know Cindy Huben's been the champion for the emissions monitoring for the airport that we typically likely would have been championing. Again, the climate change piece, I'm on the NATO Climate Board, or Climate Change Policy Board. So I've tried to continue to at least make those meetings, but I'm not able to. Noise, we've been relying on our code enforcement officer to help us with any kind of noise questions. And on down the line, again, I think the biggest pinch we feel right now is OWTS, and that's why we're looking at the temporary position to address that. The other change that we had was family planning, which isn't typically in environmental health. If you remember the different divisions, it's typically under a different division because we moved the immunology and the tuberculosis contracts to under my purview, but it was a disease investigation. We also felt like we should move the family planning contract to environmental health just because CHS is our provider for that. And it just made it consistent for CHS to have one contact throughout the process. So that's why you see family planning at the bottom. It's not typical, but it just made sense from a logistical point of view to have that single contact for CHS for all of their contracts with us. So next slide. So again, environmental health, our big rush of 2021, really getting the OWTS program back up to speed in terms of it's getting our permits issued in a timely manner, getting inspections done. There will still be a reliance on Brian or myself to address the technical sides of permit issuance. We're the ones that are going to have to go out and do the inspections and actually issue the permit, but the proposed permit tech will really give us relief in getting all of the administrative aspects of that set up so that we're able to at least take a fair amount of time off of our plates to address those issues. And then we're also looking at trying to get Stages, which is the new permitting software system for ComDev, set up to start tracking more of our time around, how long it takes us to issue a permit, how long it takes us to get between each function, and starting to use that data to understand better where our pinch points are within our permitting process itself. And then, continuing to stay engaged in the programs that we have prior to COVID-19 response. Again, with a small department, really 100% into COVID, it's trying to pick up those programs and keeping in response to them with the best of our ability. Climate change, answering questions, engaging. I know Cindy sent me the report on air emissions, the preliminary report, so we're trying to at least keep engaged to the best of our ability, and it will just be a come and go as we see that ebb and flow with our COVID response. And, again, supporting the entire team with our response efforts in coronavirus. And I believe that was it. Are there questions about environmental health?
Don't see any, Kurt. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so this is the Public Health 2021 budget and 5-year plan. I would like to point out just a few things in this budget. You'll notice that the initial 2020 budget is quite different from the 2020 year-end estimate. The revenues themselves have not changed significantly. The main revenue change is the harm reduction grant to supplement the co-responder program. But the expenditure side is where we've seen a large change, over $1 million, as we've done emergency supplementals, brought on the extra staff for COVID response. Along with that came transfers from the general fund, about $1 million more in transfers from the general fund from the original budget to the revised budget. And this is partially as the general fund is receiving CARES Act money, that then we are passing that on through to public health to support the contact tracing and the positions in all of the COVID response. So we are actually anticipating that in 2020 we will be adding to the public health fund balance. Part of that is that we are transferring ahead of time some of the funds that will help cover 2021, and that's occurred in the supplemental requests that were already brought before the board this year. It leaves public health with an ending fund balance of just a little over $700,000. In 2021, revenues are about $1.4 million. Most of that is in intergovernmental, which are grants. There is $180,000 for tobacco tax also included in their revenues. The largest part of the expenditure budget is in salaries and benefits, almost $3 million totaled altogether. Professional and technical services, you will see that there's an increase from the original 2020. Part of that has to do with the harm reduction grant, as mentioned before. That is being contracted out. It's not employees in-house, so that's part of the change you see there. Some of the other changes included in these numbers, of course, are COVID-related. The total expenditure budget is a little under $4.2 million for 2021. The term limited positions at this point are expected to drop off at the end of 2021. So you will see in the out years of the plan, salaries and wages for 2022, the significant drop as all of the term limited positions, the ones that were colored differently on the org chart, are dropped off at that point. Of course, during the year in 2021, we'll need to be responsive to whatever the situation is with the pandemic or other issues, and then adjust as we're going forward. Obviously, there is a lack between the revenues and the expenditures, and that is made up for in the transfers from other funds. The budget proposes a $1.7 million transfer from the general fund. Part of this is monies that normally would be transferred to the public health fund. You see in 2020, we originally planned to transfer about $450,000. The general fund has historically covered the full cost for environmental health. Again, we're passing through CARES Act dollars plus some general fund balance to support the additional COVID response and positions in public health. We see that dropping off to a much lower level in future years. But again, this will all need to be evaluated as we see what the situation is. There's also then the transfer from the Healthy Community Fund. That is a set percentage of the Healthy Community Fund to support core public health services. And then the last transfer is just for 2 years, and that is to fund the mental health position that is proposed in this budget. This does not increase the appropriations of the Healthy Community Fund. These are savings that were already appropriated within the Healthy Community Fund. It does see the fund balance in public health dropping, and again, we'll need to reevaluate many of the assumptions as we start to get more clarity going forward in the future. Can I answer questions?
Steve, I have a question.
Patty,
Yeah, on the taxes, is it EE? Isn't that the state tobacco question? Is it EE? So if we see that passed here in November, with sales tax now going to vaping tobacco products, we should hopefully see an increase. I'm going to be really positive here in that dollar amount, because we'll be taxing a broader spectrum of tobacco products.
I don't know how that proposition affects our own county tax.
So
Do we-
I think, Patty, we need to probably do some more analysis on that, because we'd also expect that use of those products would go down as cost increases. And so I'm not sure that we would expect a revenue bump, and I am not clear what the share back is, frankly.
Yeah.
With
So some
local
food for
governments.
thought.
Yeah, so
but-
we're probably gonna stay conservative on that
Did we
one,
have a
yeah.
decrease in tobacco use significant with the tax? I don't know if we.
It's hard to tell, because this was really our first full year
Right.
with it, and I think with the shutdowns and such in March, it probably really affected.
But
what
if
that
you
might have
remember,
been.
the city got way more revenue
Mhm.
than they had expected.
Right, so-
the decrease.
Right,
as
and I
much.
think our fear was they would just go to neighboring counties or municipalities to buy, but since we've got more of them on board with taxing tobacco products, I think that kind of hopefully balanced it out. But that's just something I think we need to think about in the future. And thank you for the explanation of the 1.7 transfer from the general fund. And hopefully, we can balance that out with more CARES Act funding, that we don't have to, take more out of the general fund to move forward in 2021. Thanks.
Other questions on the budget?
so not so much a question as just a comment from me. I see that we have to deal with this pandemic as best we can, and we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish at this time when we do what we have to do as best we can with the funds we have. It makes the budget look bad going into some of the future years on the annual operating deficit and whatnot, stay in the negative. But hopefully, as we get out of this pandemic time, we can get back to kind of more of a normal budget as well as we can. And there's still so many unknowns about the CARES Act and whatnot that we don't know how much money we're going to actually end up getting from different sources, and we're relying on getting something from that. So I'm good with the budget the way it's laid out, knowing that it could really turn sour on us real quickly with unknown things coming at us. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. More of just a couple comments. I think a year ago we were really getting an edification in how public health kind of touches all sectors of the community and factors of people's lives. And it's hard to remember that when this department and the communities had to pivot with such a focus towards, disease response and recovery. And so just, a thanks to you all. And I know that I'm sure it's really difficult to try and strike a balance between those other goals and really important efforts that also need to be made in public health. You know, we can't just shelve things like mental health. You know, they're really important. Our PAC program continues to be successful and I think a model for other counties. So I'm glad to see those investments there. And I really appreciate the update on the testing because we would be remiss if we didn't, you know, it's hard to not turn this conversation from the budget just into an overall update on COVID, which isn't appropriate right now, but it is appropriate to highlight that, you know, there are parallel paths that are taking place and investments being made into the significant questions and, you know, struggle with trying to fully solve the testing problem. And, you know, I think there's been some criticism lately in the community that's been, for me, really unfounded and unfair. And I just want you all to know that I think you've been very clear on your goals since March about keeping people alive, keeping the hospital protected, trying to mitigate the effects in individual lives from this disease, and that you've kept your, you know, eye on the ball and have been very successful at that. So, you know, we've all had stumbles and bumps along the way, but I really have faith in you all, and I think you're doing a good job, and I know we're just continuing to improve every day and every month, and, you know, thank you, we have your back.
Okay, don't see any more comments or hands up right now, Karen. Thank you so much for another virtual round of applause for what you have done, because this has been a tough time, as you all know, and you've done a great job. We're trying to keep the budget going as best we can so you can fulfill your mission. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. We'll pass that message on to the rest of the team as well.
Hey, thank you, Karen and your team. We're running a little bit behind schedule. Is the board okay pushing on with human services, or do we need a very quick break?
I'm gonna take a break.
I need to run to the restroom.
Me too, and I need water.
Could we do 5 minutes, Steve?
Quick 5 minutes.
Yes, let's do 5 minutes. I need to stand up myself.
Are we doing library
It's been a
today
long
too?
time.
Okay, thank you. Grassroots will be back in 5 minutes, 11:23.
Man, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey, Nan, I don't know if you can hear me, but of course, as soon as I said we were gonna be running early, we're running late.
Okay, I'll be available during the last change. I was wondering if I could find out if Connie managed the PowerPoint or will I be sharing my screen?
Connie's got the PowerPoint up, so if you just tell her to go to the next slide, I think they're all getting integrated right now.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And then, Dan, I'll share the slides that I've got for this afternoon. I left two blank. And if you need more,
Okay.
obviously,
Yeah, I am working on the green slides right now and we have it, so I'll
I will make sure it's responsive.
great, thanks so much.
We can hear you, John, but I don't think you're being broadcast.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 27th, where we are reviewing our livable and supportive community budget. And we are moving on to our human services budget, and I'll check in with Steve Child, our chair at home.
So welcome, Nan, and I think, Nan, you'll kick this off, but then I know you're going to be having your other coworkers filling in on their sections too.
Yeah, thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you, Steve. Happy to do it, and really just want to applaud the translator and public health. Their presentations were really great, and we learned a lot. And just in general, I want to applaud public health for all the work they've been doing to keep us safe and keeping the community safe. With that said, our presentation will be a little simpler, we hope, and maybe you guys can catch up on some of your time. We do not have any significant budget changes that we're anticipating in 2021. We do want to talk about the complexity of COVID and how that's changing some of our practice. We will talk about some of the fiscal changes that you will see in the budget, primarily related to our allocations or just related to reallocation of existing funds. And so the next slide, Connie, is the Human Services Fund and what makes it up. A reminder, Adult and Family Services does all of our child and adult protective services and prevention work. Economic assistance manages all of the eligibility for state and local and federal financial support programs. Human Services Admin is a smaller team, just sort of overseeing all of the work of the mandated services as well as the essential services provided in the division. Senior Services is providing services to all people over 60, a range of services, including meals, transportation, and programming to enhance the quality of life and livability for people over 60. Strategic Partnerships is really our Healthy Community Fund that's managed in the division that supports both community nonprofits and human service agencies to enhance our social safety net. And the last is Veteran Services, which is a mandated services supervised by Economic Assistance. We have long had a mission together collectively to engage individuals, families, and the community, inspiring hope and strengthening resilience. We have a set of values that are important to us beyond the county values, which are also important to us. But in our division, we work really hard to empower engagement with our clients and our partners, to have inclusive community connections, to pursue the power of resilience in individuals and in systems supporting people. We believe in the daring pursuit of equity, abundant compassion, and also we strive to always have courageous authenticity. So often we say what we think, and you know, try to advocate for people who don't feel that they have a voice. A few things to note on the next slide, Connie, which you all can't see. We tried to update these, but we missed a due date, so very sorry about that. This is our 2020 org chart, which will be the same in 2021. A few things to note that changed in 2020. In the yellow, you all just approved the finance analyst going from 0.75 to full-time. So we are working with public health on recruiting for that position. And another one to note, thank you, Connie, is the senior eligibility specialist, Sandy Santafonte, was just promoted to supervisor. Sandy does an exceptional job for us, and with the dramatic increase in caseload because of COVID and the economy, we really needed more redundancy in approving cases and keeping them moving. So we saw that promotion this summer. Underneath that, I see you have a different org chart than I do, sorry. The eligibility specialist, you all approved an 18-month position for Elmer Bonilla, who's helping us manage that caseload. And then the last one is in child welfare. We added a new caseworker, Emily Langford, who basically filled a vacant position. So we didn't add an FTE, we just filled a vacant position to help us address the dramatic complexities in both child and adult protection that's just happening in our caseload. So those are just FTE adjustments. I believe it's 1.25 in 2020 that will be carried over in 2021. Any questions about that? Okay, great. Next slide is Chad.
All right. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Chad Savitz, the manager of Senior Services. And so for here, we really wanted to point out a kind of overarching trend over everything we'll talk about is this trend of collaboration and sustainability. Really very much related and impacted by the COVID-19 response in looking after the needs of individuals and families regarding around their health, their finances, work situation, housing, and just their overall well-being. So really kind of a wraparound approach of supportive services and individuals doing this work, and really highlighting the strength and the necessity of our partnerships with community nonprofits, other organizations and entities to provide these different types of services of housing or food security, mental health for these individuals and family members. And though there isn't really a significant adjustment to budget, this last year and moving forward into the future has really shown to us a highlight of increased time and complexity of the work of collaborating with community partners, of facilitating wraparound case management for different individuals and family members. So may not have direct budgetary impacts, but the impact goes to casework and time as far as the complexity and just the need of our community in this realm.
Okay, next slide. Sam.
Hey there. So when we're talking about the Economic Assistance Department and looking at trends that impact those programs, which include Medicaid, Colorado Works, which is a cash program for families, food assistance, child care assistance. One of the major impacts that we're seeing from the pandemic is the economic impact. You'll see on the chart here, we have the self-sufficiency standard for Pickens County. That's something we've looked at for some time, even before the pandemic, as a barrier for folks to be able to be self-sufficient based on the high cost of living. So when you look at the chart next to it showing this increase in applications, which also relates to an increase in our caseload across the board, these two things come together, really showing what we're going to be dealing with in 2021, with folks still feeling the impact of loss of income in 2020 and going into 2021. Due to the impact of the pandemic and our increase in our caseload, like Nan mentioned, we brought on an additional eligibility specialist to maintain our caseload and make sure that folks are receiving accurate and timely eligibility determinations. We are still seeing pretty high unemployment numbers, which are adding to that case. We're seeing applications starting to go back up like we typically do this time of year. So we're really happy that we're being able to manage timeliness with that increased capacity that we have. As far as the impacts for 2021, we did receive an additional $86,000 in allocation for the Child Care Assistance Program. This is due to us consistently overspending to meet the need and then being able to purchase additional CCAP dollars from other counties. So we're making sure that all of the eligible families in Pickens County are able to maintain child care even during the pandemic. And we're happy to see that at the state level, it's starting to recognize that we are in need of additional funding, and we're starting to see that reflected in our allocation. In 2021, we're going to continue spending down our CCAP child care dollars as we have been, and also looking at ways that we can utilize our TANF, which is Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, also known as Colorado Works, funding to help support children and families in Pickens County. We do have TANF reserves that we can spend. We did spend those down during the pandemic response, and we're fortunate to be reimbursed. We're hoping that these CARES Act funds continue to be made available to the state so that we can use these funds as best we can to help support our families. Go to the next slide if there's no questions.
Before you move, Sam, can you go back a slide, Tony? I just want to reiterate, a long time ago, we learned from a state field manager who supported Pickens, who really encouraged us to take risks in these mandated program areas because it influences the allocations. And so, you know, we and you all have had a nice high risk tolerance for overspending TANF, for example, this year, where we overspent by $400,000 and we got reimbursed with the CARES Act funding, overspending CCAP. We try to do it as an informed action, and we do it with you all knowing what we're doing. But just, I think, want to drive home that this increase in CCAP allocation is a direct result of consistently taking risks to serve families and then having our numbers inform the allocation. So I just want to articulate that because there is a risk tolerance that it takes to be in human services. And luckily for us, we have a fund balance in the event that the risk doesn't pay off, but so far we've been successful, and you just, you know, consistently just this year, we keep incrementally getting more little bits of money for admin or other programs that are coming from the CARES Act. And then, as you all know, there's a significant piece to close out and mitigation, and we watch that and we look for where we need to buy dollars, and so that's an important part of our practice. Okay, next slide.
All right. So in another area where we're looking at an impact to the budget is with the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, also known as, well, previously known as food stamps. What we're seeing is based on that caseload increase, we're also seeing an increase in our issuance. In the past 7 months, we've seen more issuance through that program than we did in the entirety of 2019. And as I mentioned, those caseloads are continuing to remain high. And so what we had seen for an average issuance in 2019 and the first part of 2020 was approximately a $30,000 issuance per month in Pickens County. And right now we seem to be holding at around $80,000 per month. So the good news with this is that this is money directly from the feds that passes through. We just administer the program, but it goes directly to Pickens County residents, and a lot of these funds are spent locally at our supermarkets and other stores. So we're happy to see this increase. We're happy that folks are, it appears, continuing to access these benefits. Every 6 months, when someone's on the program, they're required to have what's called a redetermination to make sure that they're still eligible. That would have happened around September, October for a lot of folks, and we didn't see a significant drop-off in our caseload up to this point. So while it's not the best news that folks are still in need of this assistance, it's good that folks are accessing this. If you look at some of the charts we're showing on this page, the one on the left, the food bank attendance pre and post COVID. This information comes from a community survey we did on food access, and we wanted to include this in here just to highlight what we're seeing in the change pre and post COVID. So the dark blue line indicates folks who indicated they had attended food banks prior to COVID, and then you see the massive jump between those who were attending post-COVID or during COVID. That information is also reflected in the chart on the right, which shows the various resources we have for people to access food in Pickens County. And, you know, this timeline really shows how much folks have needed that assistance. So food insecurity is something we continue to work on during the pandemic. We're working to help make sure that the mobile distributions are staying open. We're also working to reopen the Lift Up Pantry in Aspen, which is moving along well and will be open from 10 to 6, Tuesday through Saturday, starting November 3rd. So we're really happy it's really a kind of a pilot project for our collaboration with Lift Up, and something you don't see across the state, where folks are going to be able to access food resources for so many hours during the week. So that expanded access will hopefully be helpful to decrease food insecurity.
And I would just add, sorry, Connie, that these different charts also highlight the large amount of collaboration that is required to get all these different things happening, and also shows the need that's still present in the community. And speaking for senior services, you know, we had to very rapidly change our entire operation. And though that didn't really affect our budget, I needed to reallocate funding within my own budget and direct it toward nutrition, as that became a much more time-intensive factor, not just for my kitchen staff, but for all the staff at the senior center. Instead of maybe a few hours of direct hands-on work, it was multiple. It was about half a day to get that level of meals out on a consistent and almost a daily basis, while also working with our other community partners and all the efforts around the different food banks up and down the valley. So really highlights both the need within the community that still remains and the large amount of collaboration that's necessary for all these different things to happen.
Thank you, Chad. I'm wondering, Sam, I'm not sure that I heard you talk about, in relationship to that collaboration, the work that we've done to create a sustainable pantry in Aspen with Lift Up.
Thanks, Dan. I did mention it a bit, but yeah, just to reiterate that we, prior to COVID, we had already been speaking with Lift Up, looking at how we could support them in making sure that the Aspen Pantry had more consistent hours for folks to access that resource, as it is the only brick and mortar pantry in really in Pickens County. And through those talks and with the pandemic coming on, and collaborating with Lift Up and supporting them to find funding and working with our partners, the pantry is now going to be open 40 hours a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So there's some evening hours. A lot of this is based off of the information we received on that community survey. Lift Up was able to hire a full-time pantry manager who's going to coordinate volunteer operations, food rescue. So the programming there has been expanded greatly in response to the community need, and that partnership that we've had with them has just gotten so much better, and we're really excited to look at this as a pilot project for Lift Up that they can hopefully utilize throughout the region, as long as it's successful.
Thank you, Sam. Next slide is Matt.
Greg has a.
Greg, yeah, just checking in, Sam and Nan. I appreciate what I'm hearing. It's great news that you're so optimistic and enthusiastic about Lift Up, and I know with the incredible increase in demand on their services over the summer, I don't know if it was up 800% at one point, but it's been incredible. I know it was hard, it was slow going, and so I'm grateful to hear the optimism. Do you feel as if the Upper Valley is getting everything we need from Lift Up? Because I do know we've raised an awful lot of money to help them in the community, privately and through assistance from the county. I just want to make sure with the pulse is good and the blood pressure is good. Are we on track? Are we on track with Lift Up now?
Thanks, Greg. Like you mentioned, it's been slow going, but I think we're in a great position right now to have a pilot project that is also going to be a model for the region and possibly throughout the state. There aren't other food banks that really offer these hours that we're going to start seeing here in the next couple weeks for folks to access this. There's no telling what the future holds. There's always hiccups, but Lift Up's really been putting in the work and making changes that I think are going to make sure that this project's successful. The hiring of a pantry manager is a huge step. That means there's going to be a full-time presence in Aspen, particularly focused on food rescue, food distribution, pantry management. They've also brought on a new VISTA volunteer who is coordinating their volunteer services. She's working with our, great nonprofits like Aspen Family Connections, Aspen Community Foundation, and others to make sure that we have a stable base of volunteers. They have a marketing specialist who's making sure that communication is going to be clear, multilingual, and accessible. So I think we're getting all the pieces in place. And, obviously our support's been helpful to them, and we're going to continue to support them as they need it. And I'm optimistic, like you said, right now. So we'll continue to see how it goes.
Great, thank you, Sam. I wanted to put in a plug. I think that they may be looking for positions on their board of directors, and it would really be great for someone in the Upper Valley in our community to join their board at some point. So if anybody in the community is listening, that may be a really valuable and important board to be on. Thanks.
This is everything happens in its right time, right? We started these discussions after the 2008 recession to try to build capacity, and it wasn't the right time, and they weren't the right people or the right resources. So we're really pleased to be able to be involved in effecting this change. So really great. And the next slide is actually housing. So Lindsay's going to start that, and Matt can relax for a minute.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see everyone. It's been a while since I've seen the board, so it's great to see everyone. Let's talk a little about what's happening in the housing world, especially around homelessness and our shelters. So as everyone knows, there was a shelter-in-place order that occurred back in March, which complicated the system quite a bit. And the reason for that was because when there's a shelter in place and there are folks who are homeless that don't have shelter or don't have a home that they can shelter in place we got really busy. We got really busy starting to figure out the best options for our community in order to keep people safe in a place where they could be sheltering as well as possible in place to help stop the spread of COVID. So around that time, not too long after that, we applied for an emergency solutions grant. It was called an ESG COVID or CV1 grant through the state, and we got $70,000, of which that $70,000, about $14,000 of it was to help start building the infrastructure around a management information system or a database that starts tracking the different services that our folks who are homeless in this county are getting. And then the remainder of that was to help pay for, if you remember, we had the emergency shelter that we set up at the HHS building for some time, as well as the setup of the Safe Outdoor Space, which started March 27th. Is that right? March 27th. And it's to cover some of those costs that it took to run both HHS with us in homeless shelter and the SOS. Only 3% of that 70,000 were we able to use for admin. So we then learned that the faith communities were unable to provide winter shelter for us this upcoming winter season. So again, more complications brought into the housing mix. So we quickly pulled our housing coalition, the Pitkin County Housing Stability Coalition, together to start working really hard at trying to figure out what we were going to do for winter to keep people safe in our community. It was and we just had that meeting last week, so there's actually probably some things that are missing on this slide because we have some new proposals that are coming from that. Really what was decided, the outcome of that meeting was the constituents are interested in extending the safe outdoor space and winterizing it to make it safe for folks, and looking at some other shelter alternatives, including non-congregate shelter or congregate shelter for severe winter conditions. These last couple of days have given us a run for our money to try to learn how to implement or pilot a project like a severe winter shelter. Also important to talk about the increased coordinated case management that we're seeing. We have Picking County Human Services, Mine Springs Health, Aspen Homeless Shelter, and there's some, law enforcement and the PACT program are all meeting weekly and talking about cases one by one. Really, what they call it in the housing world is a by name list. They've created a by name list of all the individuals that are homeless in our county. Right now, we have a count of what they said was 55 is the most recent number, of which 22 are living in the safe outdoor space, and the remainder are living either scattered among places or right outside the safe outdoor space because it's only able to hold 22 people safely. So now, moving forward, we just submitted a new grant for $562,000. It's another emergency solutions grant for COVID for winter shelter, winterizing the SOS, and homelessness prevention. Luckily, this includes 7% admin and some rapid rehousing money as well. A lot of this really depends on our HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System, and data tracking. Because once we start getting funding from the state like this, we have to be tracking individuals and knowing what kinds of services that they're getting. So this is all new, this infrastructure, but there is money going towards it, and we are getting people. We're partnering with West Mountain Regional Health Alliance right now to basically be the funnel for all of HMIS data tracking, and to partner with all of our organizations to be funneling that information through them to get entered. Let's see.
Just to note, Lindsay, that we'll be coming to the BOCC in open discussion today to get a little more direction about some of those recommendations. The Emergency Solutions Grant 1, the $70,000, is available through March 2021, so you might see that in the budget. We're hoping, we just got a contract this week, so we're hoping to spend it on previous expenditures. The CV COVID-2 dollars that we just submitted for $562,000 was an attempt to also address what the DOLA calls rapid rehousing, which is to try to keep people who lose their housing to get right back into housing right away so they don't become chronically homeless. These are, it was a pie in the sky application because we're new really to ESG funding, but since we got funding in the first round, we put it all out there. Our partners, the Aspen Homeless Shelter, were not in a position to submit an application, and we worked with them on trying to cover some of what they thought would be their expenses. Just so you all know, Response also applied for domestic violence victims for rapid rehousing, and Catholic Charities applied as a region for a little bit of funding.
Thanks, Nan. Also want to just drive home the pictures that are on this slide. Just how much, what we know from talking with these 55 individuals that are homeless, the case managers say that about 90% of them are employed and they cannot afford housing in Picking County. And if you look at this first, picture there, Picking County is one of the most expensive areas in Colorado to live, and to be able to afford housing, you have to be making about $30 an hour to be able to do that. It's really hard to talk about housing without also thinking about workforce development and how we think about wages in Picking County. I've talked with some of the housing folks who are saying that the eviction moratorium is set to expire on January 31st of 2021. And they're saying that they already have a list of people who have to be evicted as a result of not being able to do it now and just kind of waiting for that moratorium. So we could have a bigger crisis moving into 2021, and we're anticipating that and trying to set up some systems of care to help support those things. That's why we're seeing more collaboration through the case management system and also through our Housing Stability Coalition as well. So I'm going to pause there and just ask for questions.
George?
Yeah, thanks. Lindsay, I have a question on the, so right now we've got about 55 people who are homeless, but you said that about 90% of them are employed, but they can't afford housing in Pitkin County. Is it the same for those, if they were to look for housing throughout the valley, Eagle County or Garfield County?
You mean for the folks that are homeless in Garfield County and employed as well? Would it be the same disparity?
No, the people who are employed in Pitkin County, but are homeless in Pitkin County because they can't afford housing in Pitkin County. Would they have the same problem if they were to try to find housing further down valley?
That's a great question, George. Thanks for asking that. It's hard. I know that when we did a focus group with them, many of them are not open to living as far as Parachute or Silk, and that was what they had reported. The amount of money that they were making, they could afford a place that far. And they were also worried about transportation. How would they be getting back and forth from Pitkin to that further down valley place of living?
And our case management team does work with Catholic Charities in Glenwood when units or vouchers become available in Glenwood. But often the people experiencing homelessness are not working a full 40 hours. They don't qualify for APSHA because of that. Or they're seasonal workers, and so there are a bunch of barriers, George, besides the distance for availability.
All right, thank you.
Dolly?
Thank you. Do you know what is our average hourly wage, or the gap between, the housing wage here, shown here, and what workers are making? If you don't know that, you can get back to me on that.
Well, we know that 25% of our population lives at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. But we'd have to look that up, Kelly, to give you the local average wage, which we believe to be below the $30.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I just Googled that really quickly. I don't know how accurate because it's Google. But it's saying that it's ranging from $14.27 an hour to about $20 an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Matt.
Good morning, everyone.
And Chad.
Yeah, I was going to pass this to Chad to start. So go ahead, Chad.
Sure. So another trend primarily related to COVID is the idea of social or cultural isolation, particularly in the early days of the stay-at-home orders, and also just the barriers in those early days, particularly around getting information or access, having information translated into Spanish, as an example. And so a lot of our efforts across these different areas of economic assistance or food security, mental health, housing, kind of indirectly address and examine these notions of isolation in one aspect or another. An example I can give for senior services is when we needed to close the senior center to the public and transition all meals to home delivered meals. We try to schedule our volunteers to have a little more time on those delivery routes, which we have 7 or so delivery routes currently, to spend a couple more minutes with each meal delivery just to check in. In those early days, we made many wellness calls to individuals just to see how they were doing, and we continue that. And even yesterday with the power outage, unfortunately, we had to cancel lunch, and we were able to reach majority of our people. But we had a couple staff members drive out to people's homes to make sure they were good and were aware of what was going on, because we could not reach them otherwise. And also along that line, to try to support the social needs of not being able to come to the senior center for those, we shifted some of our emphasis and work towards kind of virtual programming via our website and social media, just as another avenue to try to reinforce connection for those who have the ability and access to that. And while also partnering with a nonprofit, A Little Help, who does some similar things via volunteers, and they've had pretty good success this year connecting with over 60 older adults in Pickens County, with over 100 volunteers providing some different services along the lines of social connection. So we're definitely seeing that trend here, specifically in senior services. And I'll let Matt talk about in a more general sense.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Hello, everyone. I'm Matt McGaugh, Manager, Adult and Family Services for Pickens County. And I just want to add a little bit to this. You know, our Adult and Family Services team are seeing a variety of factors. Some are bulleted here that are contributing to a lot of individual and family stress. And so, you know, in response to that, there's a few things that we're trying to do. One of those is really to bring mental health leaders together. And so the county has really helped coordinate some of the mental health leaders in our community with Mind Springs and Aspen Strong and the Hope Center and Mountain Family and the Senior Center and Public Health, to name a few. And we've been meeting pretty frequently to address issues around how can we get out messaging for mental health for the community? How can we increase access to services for community members and get that messaging out as well? And so also another initiative is to help train some of the local providers and look at some of the best practices that are out there in mental health. So this coordination team will continue to meet. There's a lot of the messaging is getting out there right now. There's a lot of use of social media, and we'll need to look at some of our outreach dollars to see how we can also contribute to that effort. With that, we're seeing a lot of needs with our vulnerable populations. And Connie, if you could actually just go to the next slide, I'll continue on that one. So in human services, we're seeing, and this is across the state, but in Pickens County is one thing that we've paid a lot of attention to with the increased service demands. And so in Pickens County, we've had to really start up and develop some new programming to address some of the needs of our vulnerable population during the pandemic. And so you may or may not have heard of some of these acronyms, but AFN would stand for Access and Functional Needs. And those are really those in our community that may need support. They may have unmet needs that are related to the COVID pandemic. So we've taken on a lot of case management. We've done a lot of collaboration with some of our partner agencies to address these needs. What we've seen a lot is people that need to quarantine or isolate. They may need some medicine or food so that they're getting their needs met. We've brought in some protective equipment gear to people that are vulnerable as well. So our case manager is continuing to take on these referrals. You can see we've had a pretty steady amount since March. And each time we see a peak, you can see in April, July, and what looks to be here in October, the data is it's only through the 10th there. So we're seeing another spike this month. So it's correlated with the public health needs there. One of the things that we noticed with this population is that there were a lot of financial requests that were really hard to find ways to support. There aren't a lot of government programs to help people if they miss work for 2 weeks because they have to quarantine and they don't get income. There are many service jobs in our community that if people aren't able to go because they're sick, they're not getting paid. So one of the things that we did was we did write a grant to the Aspen Community Foundation for $30,000, and we were awarded that grant just this past month. So as we move into next year, that will be another thing that we're hopefully able to support with some of our community members that may be impacted by the pandemic. Another big piece of this is the second bullet point. NCS is non-congregate shelter. Another big area where if people need to quarantine or isolate because they've been referred to us by public health or a medical professional, we want to make sure that they help us keep our community safe, help us keep these individuals safe so that they can have a place to isolate and quarantine. So really what this program does is it allows us to put people up in a hotel. It's supported by FEMA. There is some FEMA funding from the federal government that's helping with these costs. And so I think we recently just had a big spike in our NCS shelter referrals over the last week. So October will probably have the most that we've seen compared to the past months. And we'll continue to work with the FEMA guidelines to help people out and ensure that if someone needs to isolate, that they have a place to go. You know, this could be someone who's vulnerable that is homeless. This could be someone who lives with a vulnerable person that they're roommates and they're not able to really safely separate. And so really taking on these referrals and trying to help as many people as we can that fit that criteria. And so this does require a lot of collaboration, as we've mentioned throughout this presentation, and coordination from our case manager. It's been an additional caseload for adult and family services. So that addition of refilling that vacant position and moving into next year is super helpful to address these needs. With that being said, is there any questions so far on this? If not, we could move to the next slide.
Don't see any, Matt.
Okay. The only thing I was going to mention, I don't see the slide on this unless it's the next one. Maybe, Connie, can you just check for me real quick? Yeah, I'll let Lindsay address outreach here in a minute. Just wanted to talk about, there are also increased needs in protection, prevention, and education. You know, managing child welfare and adult protection, there are very many complex needs. Interestingly, in child welfare, our referrals for abuse and neglect in Pickens County are down about 70% if you compare it with last year. We think that that's probably attributed to children not being seen as much. You know, there's been less school time. There were less day camps and activities or things that are going on because of the safer at home situation that we're in. And so we continue to see a reduction in referrals, but interestingly, we have more increased demands for services. Right now, our case managers are dealing with, I would say, more intense situations that involve court-involved situations. I believe we're managing 7 cases right now with our 7 children that are out of the home. In Pickens County, that is a really high number. Traditionally, that's 0 to 1. The last couple of years, it's increased about 2 to 3, and there's 7 currently. And really, a lot of these are needs that have really been impacted with some of the stressors that we've talked about that have impacted families and individuals. We've seen increases in mental health needs with issues around substance abuse. And so our team will continue to work with these families in a way where we're trying to provide that support to help them not be involved with the child welfare system. So although we may have a reduction in the referrals we're seeing, we're definitely, our caseworkers are much busier with that direct intervention and involvement with families. And as we see that, service costs go up, legal costs go up, and so these are things that we're really trying to look at. And traditionally, the state has really helped with mitigation in that, and that's something that we anticipate again this year, because they really support us being able to provide the services that families need and not have to worry as much about some of the budgetary areas. And that is one advantage of being a smaller county, as the state does support us in those areas. There will be a continued effort on prevention and funding for prevention services. The Family First Act has been slow to implement in Colorado, mainly due to delays related to COVID. Right now, the state continues to look at how we can best draw down funding to pay for the out-of-home placements in each county, how to maximize the federal funding by using best practices in some of the services that we're providing for families. So we're really needing to coordinate with our mental health community and bring in some of these best practices that have been identified so that we can draw down more federal funding to use for the families in Pickens County. So that's something we're doing right now as well. We don't anticipate, like Ann said, any changes with the budget as we will continue to provide the core services. There was a slight decrease in our allocation in child welfare and a slight increase for our adult protection. And just moving to adult protection, we are seeing more referrals for adult case management. So our adult protection caseload is up, and then our care navigation program, which is case management for adults over age 60, we did see an increase in that allocation this year. So we're trying to fully maximize that and help pay for some of those services and staff costs that way. With education, it will continue to be outreach and messaging, and that's something that as a whole in human services we're working on. Is there any questions about anything I just went through there?
Kelly?
Yeah, where are the adult case referrals coming in from?
That's a good question. We get a lot from our mental health folks that we work with. Our partners at Aspen Valley Hospital are very active in referring clients to us as well. Okay. I think with, since the COVID response, our relationship with public health has grown closer. And so we are seeing referrals from public health as well. I think that I don't know if I'm missing anything else, but I would say that those are where the majority come from.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
These are areas that all of the departments in the division are working on, as Matt said. He highlighted in particular how it impacts adult and family services. Let's go on to the next slide because I think it speaks to the piece around, whoops, nope. There's an outreach one. There it is, yep. So what you would see in the budget, so, the work that we've been doing in COVID has not been dramatically more expensive without revenues. It's taking more time and it's taking more collaboration with partners. And I think a good example of that is Matt and the mental health team are working on promoting access for emotional support during COVID and self-care and all of those things. When a plan is established, the question comes down, who pays for the implementation of the plan? And because it's COVID related and ESF 6, our team has kind of taken on a lot of that. As a result, we're going to be contracting with the COVID communication team to have one person helping us 8 hours a week establish these COVID-related communications related to housing, wages, mental health, and support services, senior meals, food. But, we've had to reallocate and readjust some of our spending. And we anticipate in 2021, we each, at each department added, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,500 to our communication and outreach budgets for a total of a whole division of 55,000. And we believe that will help us address the staffing that we need, because we're really good helpers, but not as good communicators. So we definitely need help, and we need to pay for the materials that will help educate the community about the social safety net programs that are available as a result of COVID. So, we had already started working on unifying our messages as much as possible so that people know when information comes from us that it's from Human Services, and we need to continue to work on that as well. Our last slide is...
Can I just add one thing to that also? So I think after listening to everyone present their stuff today, what really sticks out is just, and it comes out in this communication and outreach piece, which is that we've had to shift our practice to be able to reach our community in a way that we never knew we had to do, because we used to have a building and a place where people could come to get help. And now that doesn't exist. So we're forward thinking along that's why we've added money into our community. And we didn't add it, let me just say, we've allocated it from other places like travel, because we're not going to be doing that, like in other places in our budget, to move it so that we have more energy to put towards these collaborative relationships and ongoing, this shift in practice to many more meetings with our partners, and making sure that we're getting that information, all of these partners in this slide, getting that information and getting it out to the whole community, and really streamlining the message that our safety net is actually stronger now because of COVID, stronger now than ever, because we are meeting regularly, we're planning, we're strategically thinking about how to reach every person, we're broaching equity issues, all of this stuff comes up in those meetings. So I just wanted to add that little bit. It will be super helpful for us to have a person or some contracted help to help move some of that messaging and keep us aligned.
So I think, Lindsay, you covered our last slide there and the importance of our partnerships, not having more people work, but strategically using our partnerships to help us address the needs in the community. At this point, Chad, is there anything you want to add to that?
Not really. I think all I would add is, with these partners on the screen and so many others, we couldn't do all the work that we just talked about. That we know that normally, but COVID, if anything, has really highlighted the need for those strong partnerships, and that our partnerships are getting stronger as we have gone through this whole process of COVID, and we anticipate that just to continue as we're looking at different systems and strategic thinking and planning about how to address the kind of COVID-related needs of our community and our families and individuals, and then and then going forward in time and just continuing to build off of that work. So we just couldn't do what we've done without our community partners to really any extent.
Thank you, Chad.
Greg has a question.
Yeah, hey, Nan and Chad, thank you for that. And whenever I hear COVID mentioned, I have to ask, because people are asking me, why isn't our community's health service involved in setting up testing strategies for COVID, and how does that work with public health, hospital? I know our health services offers a lot of actual health care, needs for the community. We're talking about COVID and COVID response. I'm still trying to understand how I can answer that question for people who ask me. Is there an active role for testing or a COVID response that's actually involving testing?
Yeah, I believe that the Board of Health is going to review that on Thursday, Greg, and there are discussions about community health services expanding testing. So, since we separated from public health in 2016, I'm very happy to say that's really a public health question, and that we support the best science and practice that public health would recommend.
That's great. Great to hear it. I know I'm grateful we are going to be speaking about that. Just want to make sure we understand who's actually holding the ball when it comes down to testing. And I hear it's the hospital or the medical community and not public health. So I'm a representative of the Board of Health, but it's still not clear in my mind. So I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Great. Connie? Yours now.
Okay, if there are no other questions, this is the 2021 proposed budget for the Human Services Fund and their 5-year plan. Similar to the public health budget, there's a very large difference in what you see in the 2020 initial budget and then the 2020 year end. As you know, and I'm having a little trouble with the cursor moving, so sorry if that red dot is jumping all over. The 2020 initial budget was just similar to other years, but then we have appropriated well over $2 million, about $2.3 million in COVID economic relief assistance. And then the funding from our partners, City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, Aspen Community Foundation, and other private donors to help support those economic relief payments. So that's why you see such a large difference between the 2020 initial budget and year end, both in revenues and in expenditures. There have also been some additional transfers from the general fund for the county's share in that economic relief. For the 2021 budget, we are basically returning close to the 2020 initial budget levels. One area where we have the largest increase is in the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance. And we have added an additional $250,000 for that budget, both on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. And that makes up most of the increase that you see both in revenues and expenditures. It's a net zero effect on the Human Services Fund, as it is all covered by federal funding. But if it weren't for that increase, the 2021 budget would look very similar to the 2020 initial budget. There is an increase in funding from the general fund. The Human Services Fund receives about $225,000 from property tax, then a little under $2.5 million in grants. And however, that's not enough to cover all of their needs. So the general fund has always supplemented human services. It was in the range of $900,000 in the 2020 initial budget. That has gone up. However, if you see from the 2019 actuals that we only transfer the amount that is actually needed to cover all of the programs in human services. With the allocations, closeout at the state for human services programs, mitigation, options of buying more allocation, this fund typically does better than what is budgeted. and typically does not need the full general fund transfer that is shown in the budget. Of course, with COVID, there's a lot of uncertainty, and we want to continue to support all of the programs in the Human Services Fund. Then there is a transfer from the Healthy Community Fund. Senior Services receives a set percentage of the Healthy Community Fund. That brings us to $153,000 in annual operating surplus and an ending fund balance of $520,000 for the Human Services Fund. Can I answer questions?
Kelly?
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, Connie, I just wonder, what's in the other services expenditures? Because that's where you sort of see the jump from 2019.
Yes, that is the client benefits, direct client benefits. There are other things included in the other services, like training and communications, but those are very small compared to the direct client benefits.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not seeing any, Connie.
Okay.
Oh, we need to give direction to Connie on this budget for human services for 2021.
I'm comfortable moving it
Is
forward.
anybody? Hattie?
I'm comfortable moving it forward.
Okay, I am also comfortable moving it forward. The others, Kelly shaking her head yes, thumbs up from Greg, George thumbs up. So we're good to go on that one, Connie.
Okay, we will break for lunch. We'll have a slight change in the order of our presentation after lunch, with the housing fund going first, then the library, and then public safety. What time would the board like to reconvene?
I need the scheduled hour. George is shaking his head, but I need the scheduled hour.
Sure.
I'm good with half an hour personally, but
I will be back in a half an hour, but if you guys want to start, then.
yeah, we're scheduled to get out at adjourn at 5:25 this afternoon, so that could put it at 6 o'clock. We'd be adjourning potentially.
Connie, do you think we'll need 3 hours
Not,
this
we don't
afternoon?
have any open
No.
discussion items.
So can we just check in with Connie, because she says she doesn't think we'll need the 3 hours?
I think that for the budget presentation, we will be able to schedule or to finish on time this afternoon. We had some extra time.
George?
No, I was to say, if Patty needs an hour, we should take an hour break, and if we need to go a little past 5:30, we go a little past 5:30.
Yeah, I'm good with that, George. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's do that. It's been a long morning. Budget time is physically demanding on us, so let's everybody take an hour break. We will be back at 1:30
Perfect.
for the housing.
Thanks, Human
Thanks,
Services.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grassroots. See you in an hour. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 27th. We're reconvening after our lunch break, and I will turn the meeting over to our chair, Steve Child.
Good afternoon, everybody. First on our agenda this afternoon, we're going to look at the Employee Housing Fund 2021 proposed budget. So Connie, do I hand it over to you first?
Good afternoon, and we are going to start with some slides from APCHA. And so we have Cindy Christensen, and I'm sorry, Denise, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Hi.
Or Diane, sorry.
Hi, I'm Diane Foster. I'm the interim executive director for APCHA and the assistant city manager for the city of Aspen.
And Cindy Christensen, the deputy director of APCHA. So if you're ready, I figured the budget that you're really interested in is the 620 fund and the subsidy for 2021. What I will be talking about is the budget, not including the home trek budget. Diane will go over that with you. Right now, the total current 2021 budget is around $1.4 million, and that it's including $70,000 for home trek. The current subsidy is $404,700 each for 2020 and 2021. However, in 2021, we are asking for a subsidy from the city and the county in the amount of $70,450. And just to let you know, it actually was $112,000 that we were going to be requesting from both entities, but we are using some of our fund balance to knock that down to $70,000. So what we are requesting is a total amount of $950,300 of subsidy from both the city and the county, which from the county would be $475,150. I do know that one of the questions that was brought up in our housing board meeting last week had to do with the general administrative budget, the expenses for 2021. And just to let you know, the 2021 general administrative program includes not only salary and benefits related to our program, but other costs for phones, insurance, rent, and custodial services, as well as travel and training. It also includes some subsidy or some funds, money that we pay to IT, the city IT department, city clerk's office, attorney's office, stuff like that. But the majority has to do with salary and benefits. And for 2021, the general administrative line is $197,630. So again, just remember that part of that the majority of that is salary and benefits and other costs to maintain our office and things like that. Any questions on that I can answer with regards to the subsidy that we were asking from the county?
George?
Yes, I asked this question last week, and I'm still a little confused on it, Diane. We have there's supposed to be, we were told there was going to be an ongoing need for home trek for licensing or for maintenance that would be continuing on beyond 2021. Is that the additional $70K for home trek for 2021, and will that continue on for the several years?
Yes, it's probably worth, Connie, do you want to go to the next slide and I can do a quick overview of home trek? Is that appropriate, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. Go ahead, Diane. Well, that'll be all right.
Sorry, and I'm sorry, Connie, I probably should have asked you. The reason that I'm here today is specifically on the home track budget, right? The year over year, APSHA is absorbing incremental costs associated with kind of normal operations and inflation. So the regular subsidy is flat year over year. What has become apparent in basically the past 3 months is that whatever the plan was for funding the operations for Home Track, the prior executive director really owned this project insofar as he owned, he was the lead on the project, as well as the staff really wasn't in the loop as far as the details of the budget. And when we all sat down in September to try to determine if what was budgeted for Home Track in 2021 and beyond for operating costs was sufficient, and that number was $70,000. What we did was we went through a process where we went through every single bit of cost associated with the system, and 92% of the operating costs are actually related directly to software, and that includes everything from the bulk of it is about $125,000 in Salesforce. So this is built on a very robust platform called Salesforce. It's a very well-known product, and it's very stable. It's also expensive. It's $125,000 a year. And so a full 92% of the operating costs for 2021, which are actually $294,000, are software-related costs. So what we've done is obviously split those costs between the city and the county. There is $70,000 that was budgeted, and as Cindy pointed out, the number that we were going to request was actually reduced by funds that we, Cindy always knows the name to this, I never get it right.
Cash fund balance.
The cash fund balance to reduce that amount. So while there is an incremental, as George was pointing out in 2021, or sorry, Councilmember Commissioner Newman was pointing out, there is an incremental $294,000 in 2021 that actually goes down to $224,000, and the subsidy will, over the next couple of years, basically be increased every year by approximately $70,000, because we are going to try to absorb some of that with a cash fund balance. But essentially, it's an ongoing cost. We will, over time, look at ways that we could reduce this. The prior executive director did have a plan to license this. It is by no means possible to license at year one. I'm not sure that was ever realistic, but I don't actually know the details of his plan. And I don't think we'll ever fully offset the cost, mainly because for other housing agencies, this is a big lift, and this is an extremely large program, particularly when you consider on a per capita basis, probably the largest in the nation. And so while none of us are happy about these costs, there is about a $20,000 in basically a contingency fund in there in that $294,000, but the rest of it is straight up costs, and we don't have any incremental staffing costs for this. So I know that's a long description, but I personally, none of us feel great about having to ask for more money. However, this is a fabulous system. Staff is already using it, and we are planning on rolling out to the public in January, and it is a giant leap for this organization. So we have a lot of confidence in what it will be, and again, I am sorry we are asking for more money. I realize it's like probably the worst year to do that in.
The other thing, Diane, I'm just curious. There was a suggestion by one of your council members that perhaps the city would be looking at a different split going forward versus a 50-50. Did council have a chance to discuss that at all?
They don't. The council actually doesn't see this until November 2nd, and so there was at one of the recent 2 APSHA meetings ago in September. The city manager, Sarah Ott, indicated she had spoken with County Manager John Peacock, they had discussed it at a staff level, and at least initially, John said, you know, let's not do that right away. Let's wait for advice from our respective bodies. So that was, as you pointed out, Commissioner Newman, that was a point of discussion that one of the APSHA board members who sits on the city council brought up, and I think that will probably be a point of discussion on November 2nd. This also, I forgot to mention, this did come to you with a positive recommendation from the APSHA board.
Yeah, well, just for my fellow board members, part of that discussion was that, as we all know, the city has a pretty strong source of funding through the RET, the real estate transfer tax, which this year is becoming extremely strong because of the real estate market, whereas the county's funding for APSHA comes out of the general fund. So the idea was perhaps to look at a different split and versus the traditional 50-50 and maybe a 55-45 to try to make these adjustments going forward. So that was sort of just to give you a quick update how that discussion went.
Steve, can I add to that real quick?
Patty?
Yeah, George, clarify that a little further. Was some of that based on the fact Pickens County has this amount of units in APSHA and the city has, you know, a much greater amount? Is that part of the figuring and that maybe we shouldn't have a 50-50 split?
No, it was really just in terms of the ability to continue to fund in the long term, where the funding sources come from.
Okay. All right, thanks, George.
Kelly?
And Patty, I would just clarify, I'm not sure that there's a couple of different ways you could look at that, because I know when we were talking about our governance issues almost 2 years ago now, that, you know, half of the inventory could be traced back to Pickens County, I don't know, mitigation or whatever, you know, traced back to needing to relate to Pickens County, where half traced back to the city. So it was sort of like when there was a conversation of we'll split and we'll each take our own, then it didn't make as much sense because it was
we
still
were
half
talking
and
about
half.
that. That's right.
So I don't know if that
okay
would factor in at this point.
So I have a couple of questions, comments. Diane, just for your information, we are trying to push legislation at the state capitol, which would allow counties to go to their voters and ask for a real estate transfer tax. It's a pretty heavy lift at the state capitol. It probably is a couple-year project, but just so you know, we're striving towards getting that, in which case then we would have more money to put into affordable housing. Also, I have questions about, since Mike Kostrowski is not there anymore, and I don't know, Diane, maybe your salary is partly being paid by APSHA since you're working as the acting director. I'm just curious how that, Mike not being there and drawing his salary and benefits, how does that weigh in on the APSHA budget for closing out 2020 and going into 2021?
Right. It's my understanding we have not. So I'm actually working at minimum 40 hours a week, usually a little bit more on APSHA in addition to my other responsibilities. And so we haven't taken Mike's salary out of the APSHA budget. I know there was discussion earlier this year between the city manager and the city's finance director about the allocation of my salary, but I don't think it's been. We haven't, because we haven't changed the underlying subsidy, we haven't changed the APSHA budget at this point. I think the majority of my salary is still being paid for by the city manager's office. However, we're not seeing the executive director's salary as savings, and that's for two reasons. One is that we put out an RFP about a month ago in consultation with both the board as well as and the hiring manager, which is the city and county managers. We received 6 proposals on Friday, and I just started going through those last night, and we will be spending part of the former executive director's salary on that search, as well as the city did incur some exit costs along with that. But we are really encouraged about, we got some, I know at least 5 of the 6 firms, and I personally know at least 3 or 4 of the recruiters, and they're top-notch national firms, so I'm really excited about our prospects. And just for information, this is one of my departments, and I will be full-time here through the end of the search, which is expected, and into a transition period. The search is expected at minimum to take until April. And then after that, the city managers asked me to stay on board in a larger role than I normally would be on the Home Trek project because of the importance of this. And my background is, I spent 22 years in big data and systems integration.
You're muted, Steve.
Sorry. I do have one more question, Diane. With the Home Trek program, are there cost savings that APSHA will be able to accrue from having that program and being able to manage and keep track of the housing units more closely?
It's a really good question, and I think there was maybe some discussion in the past that would have happened. The APSHA board asked the same question, and the reality is year one, it's going to be more work, right? It's already more work. The back end, how the system is getting rolled out is that the back end went first, and that went live in August. So APSHA staff has been using the system since then to do leases, to do all the work that we do internally, to do qualifications, and in some cases double work because we're transitioning from old systems to new as well as testing the new. I love that model because it means you get out a lot of the kinks before you roll it out to the community, although we'll still have challenges when it rolls out. And so to your question, initially it's actually more work, but we're not adding staff. We're just all hunkering down and really focusing on this. Over the long term, it is more likely to yield better operations and more information and better information than to actually save time. Now, absolutely over the long term, it will save time. However, I do expect that some of that time will be taken up in us doing more and better reporting than we do now. So you as one of the bodies that funds this organization and is a partner in this organization, you'll know more, right? How many, where do these units come from? What kind of deed restrictions do they have? And forward-looking, and be able to easily answer questions like, how quickly do 2-bedroom units, how many people enter the lottery for 2-bedroom units versus 3 versus 1-bedroom units? And right now to answer that question, I know Cindy could do it. It's probably going to take her weeks to figure it out.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Kelly?
Well, my question is related to our 5-year plan, which we don't have up yet. So I just want to maybe make sure Diane will hold on the line until we get all the way through the housing presentation, because there's some discrepancy between the APSHA budget that we looked at and the 5-year budget that's presented later on for our APSHA subsidy. So I just have a question about clarifying that.
Yeah, Kelly, I think that our 5-year plan needs to be updated.
Okay.
I had only received the 2021 number
Okay.
and not the out years, so
Okay.
I need to get the updated out year information and
Okay.
update our plan.
Okay. And just to comment on that, sorry. I'll just comment on that because it does go up. So APSHA is asking for more of a subsidy than we see in what Connie has presented to us through 2025.
Did get those updated numbers. I think it was the day of the last board meeting, Connie.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want everyone to know that, so it's not a surprise that that the 5-year plan subsidy is greater looking in 2025 than what we're looking at today. That was it. Thank you.
If there are no other questions for APSHA, we'll move on to the other housing slides.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy and Diane, for being here.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
hosting us, and I look forward to meeting you all in person in the future under better circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, housing revenue and impact fees. Phyllis, are you taking this one?
Yep, it's Phyllis, Deputy County Manager. I thought I'd go through the housing revenue and how housing impact fees and what we do with them, because we've been working with finance over the last year to get it really clear what can we use the housing impact fees for, and then the other revenues that we get. The housing impact fees collect about $500,000 a year, and that is used for capital projects. It needs to be used to create housing. So we used it for Basalt Vista, and we used it for Phillips. And that pretty much used the bulk of the funds. That's $9.5 million. I will say I just got an email yesterday that we're beginning to close out Basalt Vista finally, and we'll go into the 2-year warranty period. So that was pretty exciting, the infrastructure being done. And then with the money that we're collecting, and you'll see that in the 5-year plan, there's really minimal housing development, new housing that we can create. So exciting, Steve, to hear that at least having a county rent is being floated out there. I'd certainly support it. And then the maintenance for all our housing is supported by other revenues, which is, for the most part, the rental fees that we get for the units that we rent, either through APSHA or through our facilities office. Okay, to the next slide. So right now, I know, I'm not sure who asked, but what's the impact on housing and what does COVID do to our operations? You've seen me as kind of taking the lead on housing. Last year we asked for a housing position, which was not approved. But this year, Jody Smith, and I see you're somewhere, Jody, have taken over the management role of these facilities. So I'll let Jody just speak to what she's doing for these facilities, as well as we recruited the translator admin specialist, Michelle McClinton, to help us with the accounting of all these pieces. So we now have I don't know, it's a big housing team that we have a bunch of people doing a lot of work to make this all come together. So it's yours, Jody.
Thank you, Phyllis. Jody Smith, I'm the facilities director, and you know, I think what happened over the last months was really watching the county manager's office juggling all of these housing things and pandemics and closures, and you know, kind of just went to Phyllis and said, you know, this seems like the on-the-ground management and leasing should go through facilities as an asset rather than having Phyllis, you know, deal with parking complaints and fixing a toilet or those kinds of things. So she happily turned it over for the administrative of those leases and doing on the ground stuff. With that, she had already had Michelle McClinton with the translator's office, which is, I think, I forget what they're called, Mountaintop Communications or something. Anyway, so 1/3 of her time is currently being allocated to the accounting of this housing program. And with that, because we took on the additional 36 spaces at Phillips Trailer Park, along with the 4 cabins and then some of the other units which I'm going to talk about, that having her do 1/3 of her time right now seemed like a benefit to get us in order. Everything was on spreadsheets. The airport has housing that could go into this new system that the board approved not long ago, open space. To have a centralized place to look for and be able to track information on the small amount of housing units that the county owns and manages ourselves. So
so we're trying to streamline that. So we did go with, and the board approved, Yardi for us to use, which we're able to import, and we had a training last week, or a kickoff, of just being able to put in our 12 county-owned units from Aspen and Vickerfall, the 36 spaces from the Phillips Trailer Park, and that way we can, again, give you all the information you need. We did look at other softwares, but we just felt like this was the simplest for us, because we're not ever trying to be APSHA. I mean, APSHA is APSHA. These are very small things that we are taking on. We do have 5 community members living in the county-owned housing that's managed by APSHA. We have 7 county employees, 3 of them managed by facilities, so like the Public Works Cabin, we have the Park Modern unit and the Robinson Street units that I manage directly. But we do keep APSHA very much involved in qualifying every tenant that's going to live in a county-owned space, and that will include Phillips Trailer Park as we're transitioning their leases and getting surveys and all of that stuff that's happening right now. We can put that right into the system as well. And our goal is then to be able to have some online rental payments and really clean up some of the administrative piece. The other piece that I've been talking with Mark at APSHA, who does all the property management, is that as each one of the APSHA managed units that are owned by the county, we're going to evaluate if there's another one that we should take over at different periods of time. Based on the amount of units they have compared to the small little amount that we have, we felt like bringing those county-owned units in-house would be a good, a good fit for the county. Seeing as I already manage 9 commercial buildings along with commercial leases. With those, we don't have any real budget impacts. I did budget $1,000 per unit for repairs and maintenance, and that's about it. We are keeping the housing development and the purchases of properties within the county manager's office, which is Rich and Phyllis, and then they'd be handed over to facilities or to APSHA, depending on what happens with those. So, any questions?
Don't see any, Jody. Thank you.
Hey, Connie, go to the next slide. Oh, we're there. This is actually Rich. So, like I said, we have a team of people. Rich takes the lead on the deed-restricted housing program.
Thank you, Phyllis. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager, Interim Airport Director, and Deed-Restricted Housing Manager. Thank you, Board. I've got to tell you that about 4 years ago, you all had approved this type of program and entered into this deed-restricted housing program, and it has just been absolutely successful. And it's a way for us to incrementally actually get into housing over time. And unfortunately, we've turned back 2 houses that we started this program through back to us, but I'll get to that in a second. But looking at this slide, just going down through the bullets, we are budgeting $600,000 in 2021. This is consistent with what we've done in the past, and every year we utilize these funds. In fact, we've come back to you at least once asking for additional dollars to be placed into this because of its success and the cost of providing this housing. It is, rather high. It's an excellent tool for recruiting. We just hired a risk manager position, came in from Kentucky, was able to take advantage of this, so it's been successful in outside recruiting. Currently under the program, we have 12 housing units that are now in the program. As I mentioned earlier, 2 of those have been purchased back, and we have the option, the county has the first right of refusal on those. We've elected to purchase those houses. One is in Willits area, actually both in the same general area in Willits. And once we bought those back, we turned them over to Jody to run the process to get those rented out. So those are fully rented now under the APSHA rental guidelines to employees, other employees, not those that had given up that housing. The really outstanding statistic here is that we've invested about $2.2 million, which through mortgages, there's been about $5.7 million invested, leveraging about 257% of our funds towards housing on the free market. So it really has been successful. Connie, you can go ahead and switch it onto the other slide. The other program they offer is a employee down payment assistance program. And we've got two different programs. One is an old program that we ended about 3 years ago. We found some challenges with that just from changes in legal requirements. So we just kept that program going. People are still making payments on that. Now we've got the EHOP 2 program, which is Employee Housing Opportunity Program. And we have 12 people on that. We do have a loan balance of $525,000 in that are being paid down. And again, this is it's an additional amount that's tied to somebody's mortgage. So if they get a down payment assistance and we offer up to $50,000 on their mortgage, there's a secondary cost associated with that. So they pay that back themselves. So, and this is budgeted for $100,000, and it comes out of our general fund and not the housing fund. So with that, I'd certainly take questions on either program.
Kelly?
Thank you. Yeah, Rich, I'm wondering, for those houses that we bought back with the market booming, why don't we sell those and put that money back into helping a new employee buy something they want rather than rent them?
Well, we have talked about that, Kelly. One of the things that we are now going to take another look at, in fact, I think we may have another one coming available. I think that's probably going to be the option that we'll take. So what we would do is sell it, put that money back into this deed restricted program and allow others to, we just bolster up that budget.
Thanks.
It tends to work both ways. We still have our employees who have gone out of different rental situations into at least into homes that we own now, and we're able to offer those under the ABSHA guidelines. So I think it's making it affordable for our employees to be able to rent those.
George?
Yeah, I guess, as you said, Rich, it does go both ways. Even though we may be able to benefit with the sale of these properties, it's that much more expensive for employees to get into the market.
Yeah.
So it's sort of half a dozen there. But my other question is, the two that we did purchase back, how long were those employees in those units? And
yeah, George, one of them was 2 years. One was our procurement officer. We thought he was going to be here a while, but I think it was Lakewood or somebody's school district courted him away from us, and that one happened actually pretty quickly. Just recently, we just purchased one back. That employee is still working with us, but had a change in family circumstances and was no longer able to maintain that particular home. So we just elected to purchase it back. And both of them are really great locations in Willits, close to bus stops. I mean, those are ideal and kind of fit your desires as a board when you set these up. So very desirable homes, but the rental side just seemed to fit better. And you're right, George. I mean, getting into the market, this program, it takes a 5% down payment. So some of this is a little bit out of reach for some of our other employees.
yeah, thanks.
You bet.
Yeah, Rich, you touched on the point I wanted to make. We only want to repurchase homes that we would want to buy in the first place. If they're not in a good location for our kind of what we're looking for the ones near the transit or in, easy to get to for people, easy to get to work and all that sort of stuff. If someone was up in Marble or somewhere, we probably would just want to sell that and not take possession of it.
Yeah, it's a good point, Steve. And again, Phyllis and I, and Kara, who helped set up the program, and we'll have Jody involved now. We certainly discuss this, and then we run it to John Peacock and kind of get his blessing on a final decision. If he feels we need to go ahead and put the money back in, we can certainly do that.
Okay, don't see any other questions, Rich.
Okay, thank you, board.
Hi, it's Phyllis again. So this will be real familiar to you. So this is the Phillips site plan, what we're working on. This was directed by the board for staff to take into the pre-application process. So we're going to be meeting with the ComDev staff, I think it's next week, with the different parcels and how you all directed that. So go ahead, Connie. And the project, so I'm still taking the lead on the redevelopment of Phillips, and Jody's got the management of it, so it makes for a good partnership. So our pre-development estimates, you know, are huge. The county permitting, engineering surveys and all that are at 550, including applications, which I'll get to on the next slide for grants and loans. Infrastructure estimates are close to 6.6 million. Now this is a little higher than we've talked about in the past because we're also including whether we want a new pedestrian bridge, what do we do with the agricultural fields and trails that go through there. So that's at a $1.4 million estimate. In the past, we've really been just talking about water, wastewater, construction, roads, utilities. But as we look at grants, we thought we needed to create an entire package for what the future might look like at this property. The relocation and the flood mitigation, our estimates are at $750,000. That includes the 7 Riverview units. There's the 6 mobiles and the 1 cabin, and then the 2 hillside units that are in the debris flow. And we have done our pre-application packages to FEMA for that. And then we're adding on the 20 units. We don't know when that'll be or how we'll look at it, but when we talk about applying to DOLR, we figure this entire project's probably going to be more in the $13 million ballpark when we start adding on building units. So these are not all included in the budget that you're seeing. Go ahead, Connie. What we do have is we have $350,000 budgeted for Phillips development, and I think 20,000 of it right now are targeted for match on what we're applying for. The Tier 1 DOLA application, we have 290,000 there, and the administrative grant, we're looking, asking DOLA for 25,000. Those applications are both in and submitted. We should hear the administrative grant in November. DOLA had questions on both those grants, which we have replied to, and we didn't get any follow-up questions, so we're thinking we've met their requirements at this point. So that piece has been applied for, and it was important to have the funds that we would need for match. It would be a great leverage of money to be able to have over $500,000 in these projects put together with the help of those grants. Also for the FEMA flood mitigation assistance grant, we put in our pre-application, or I guess it's a notice of intent, and that the state is packaging all the intents from around the state and then making one application to the federal government program. And so that would be the funds that would relocate people in the floodplain and in the debris flow, as well as the road work that's needed to make that debris flow safer. State revolving loan fund, it's really interesting. We're getting to work with CDPAG on something that's not COVID because they do have money on the wastewater and drinking water. So we're looking at that, large eligibility surveys there. We're looking at trying to figure out how do we apply for these grants, where it needs matches and where they're loans. For the loans, we don't need to come up with dollars, so that's really helpful, although it's all money that's paid back. The one that we were looking at in the state revolving loan fund was a 40-year loan, and I think the interest rate is somewhere around 2%. So it's really worthwhile to go after that as a loan. And then the USDA Rural Development has a loan grant combination, so we're looking at that. Again, it's been great to be able to find a consultant that's willing to package these and attend all the trainings and webinars that are being put out there so they can be on top of all these, because it's a lot of work just to put this together. But I thought seeing it in one slide, it certainly helps me to understand what we're doing. Any questions on this piece?
Steve?
I think we've gone through this.
Patty?
Yeah, Phyllis, did you just see the email? I think it came through today about Dulles got another couple million for housing, affordable housing. Did you see that?
The Division of Housing, Dulles Division of Housing, has a lot of funds, and we've been working with them. It's interesting now at the change of administration in Dulles, because it was kind of separate from the energy impact grants from housing, and now they're very much linked together. So every time we apply for anything in housing, Greg Winkler is always making sure, did you contact Jen at the Division of Housing at Grand Junction?
Yeah, because we
have a good relationship there.
We just got an email today that they upped the ante by $2 million something, I think, dollars.
Send that to me. I didn't see it.
What? You didn't get it?
Send that? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'll see if I so that, and this is really far-fetched, but, you know, now that Northwest Cog has their economic development district, I'm wondering if maybe I should give Rachel a call over at Northwest Cog. Even though it's technically not economic development, I wonder if there's any affordable employee housing grant opportunities through the EDD. Never hurts to ask, right?
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm finding. That's why there's 4 different boxes on this slide.
So maybe I'll follow up with Rachel and just see if she can point us in a direction, or, you know, maybe because for economic development, you got to have people in your community, you know, who work and, you know, are part of that task, that, you know, that workforce. So let me just run it by Rachel over at Northwest Cog and see if she's got any thoughts for us.
And Patty, can you send me the email from DOLA?
Yeah, let me see if I can track it down and I'll send it.
Okay, if not, we'll go ask them.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hey, Connie.
Good.
Okay. So 2021 budget and 5-year plan for the housing fund. In the revenue section, the first line includes rental income. And as mentioned earlier in the presentation, the rental income covers all of the maintenance costs and the staff costs related to that program. Then the impact fees are just a little over $500,000. It's not clear at this point how the new housing impact fee structure will impact this budget, so at the moment we just have this amount increasing by inflation. So total revenues of just shy of $900,000 in the fund. There's a small amount of salary and wages, a third of one position. The professional and technical services includes the $350,000 mentioned earlier for Phillips for grant match. Then other property services are just the costs related to managing all of our different units. $600,000 is the amount in the deed restricted housing program. In the out years of the fund, we only have $300,000 a year included. That's just because with the housing impact fee at about 500 plus, it does not allow us to do a lot more than that in capital purchases or housing development. And the bottom line, APCHA, we have the $475,000. But then you see that just slightly below that, there's also a transfer from the general fund in the same amount. So APCHA is included in the housing fund, but supported entirely by the general fund, not by housing fund revenues. We are drawing down fund balance in 2021. It will leave the fund with approximately $450,000 in fund balance. Again, there is not much room in this fund with the current revenue structure for new projects or new purchases unless some existing units are sold or new revenue sources identified. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. If we have direction to proceed, then we will move on to our next fund.
So is everybody, oops, I'm doing a thumbs up, but you can't see me.
I'm saying
Yeah,
I'm okay
I'm
with
okay with
moving
this.
it forward.
Okay.
Kelly
Thank you, everyone. Next, we'll move back.
and Patty, your report.
Yep, we're good.
And, you know, the one thing I didn't comment on the APSA budget, I'm glad that she mentioned that the APSA board had, you know, voted to forward it, to recommend it. So that's good. Having both Kelly and George there, that's important.
Yeah, and I'll just note with the comments
Hey.
that sorry, Steve, with the comments that I raised, you know, when the city finishes their new building construction, there will be a savings in rent that that APSHA currently pays, but then there will also be a contribution towards the pay down of that new building over time, and so we see that in our subsidy in the out years. So again, I just want to give a heads up.
Okay, we're going to go backwards in the presentation now to the library fund, and Kathy Chandler is here to present the library budget. And can we put Kathy over there?
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Thanks, you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
We heard through the grapevine that the BOCC would like to have a quick recap on how various departments had reacted when the closures started for, as I said, COVID-driven events. So I just put together a brief little timeline. In the week that started, March 9th, was when the newspapers reported that the suspected cases of COVID had actually tested positive. And so the first thing we did was took all the toys out of the children's room, and then just coincidentally, the library board had met on March 11th and had been discussing for quite some time eliminating library fines for overdue materials. And they approved that measure, which was really fortuitous for what was about to happen, for having to close the library building. Then on Thursday of that week, we called up everybody that had scheduled meetings for our public meeting rooms and canceled all of the meetings. And then finally on Saturday night, we decided that we'd better close the library. So all the time that the library was closed, though, we were really grateful that we had so many resources that were available online for people to use. And during the month of April, we saw a 98% increase between that month and a year earlier in the use of online resources, which sort of drove some changes to our budget. we realized that we had spent more than $20,000 on digital resources during the first half of the year than we had for the year prior. So we applied for and received a grant for $10,000 from the state that helped supplement that money. We were just trying to make sure that we were quickly filling people's requests. And we had some staff working in the building all the time. We were continued to answer the telephones all the time through the period that the building was closed so that we could help people learn how to download if they weren't used to streaming resources. Then, after several weeks on May 9th, we were able to start up the curbside, we call it, although it was actually in the front foyer of the library, pickup of library materials, and people were really happy to be able to get physical books again. And then another 5 or 6 weeks later, we opened up the William R. Dunaway Community Meeting Room as a computer lab, and we have the capability of having 9 people either using our library computers or using their own laptops to access our Wi-Fi for 2-hour time periods in that room. And a week later, the Colorado Library Courier started up delivering materials between libraries again. And that was sort of like just turning on a fire hydrant. They deliver 2.5 million items around the state of resources that libraries are sharing back and forth. And for our library, they transport about 46,000 items for us each year. And this helps with interlibrary loan. So then in July, at the July board meeting, the library board approved on second reading all of the policies that were needed to be able to say that it was all right for people to be attending remotely and being counted as part of the quorum and to vote over Zoom meetings. And then finally, in September 14th, our last big activity was to reopen the building as what we're calling a walkthrough model or a browsing library. So we're asking people to limit their visits to less than 30 minutes and just make it available to go into the building and look at the materials and pick out things instead of having to just look at a computer screen. So during the time that the library building was closed, in addition to answering phone calls, some of our staff also helped the county with the economic assistance requests, and they interviewed people who were applying for help and decided, helped qualify people to get economic assistance. And we've also had some of our staff have helped with Zooming the BOCC meetings. We've had one person who's helped maintain the COVID webpage. This was possible for the library because we had just, we'd asked for permission to get 2 new staff members. It was the first staff increase we'd had in a very long time. And those people started right when we were closing the building. So we thought that they were kind of found help, and we were willing to share with the county because we knew that some departments were really under the hammer of tremendous amounts of extra work added to their plate. While the building was closed, a lot of people from the library were working at home, and a lot of library work is easy to accomplish at home, like collection development, where you're reading book reviews and selecting materials for the collection. People were also in the building weeding the collection because the building's only so big, and if you're putting things in, you have to be also taking things out. So those are done by looking at the circulation history for a piece of material, whether or not it's still relevant, what shape it's in, whether there's new things that would be better to replace those books. We also had a lot of help from the county with moving computers back and forth, and from the Marmot Library Consortium. So Marmot is the group of libraries that help run all of our library computers, our circulation systems, and we were one of the founding libraries for that consortium back in 1985. There were 10 libraries went together and hired a computer staff that works out of Grand Junction, and they keep all of our computers running. And that group has now grown to 30 libraries. And we had purchased with Friends of the Library money a couple of years ago 11 laptop computers that we were using in the library for people to borrow to use in the building. And so we were able to farm those out to our library staff, but then when we were reopening the Dunaway room as a computer lab, we had to pull those computers back in. And meanwhile, we were also getting a lot of help from the BITS department, who were loaning us laptops from the county so that the people that were working on the economic assistance program had the right kind of computer for that, because the Marmot computers versus the county computers are kind of apples to oranges. So one of our biggest purchases this year was we bought another 11 laptop computers, because the libraries never, staff really haven't had any laptops and had any ability to work from home before. So we bought those to replace the ones we borrowed back to put back in our lab. And because of that, I thought that our budget for Marmot might go up some for next year, because we would have to pay a service fee to help make sure those laptops are updated. But with it being a library-run consortium, the librarians decided to actually cut the membership fee in Marmot by 10%, and that more than made up for the fact that we had added some more computers. So people have also, they worked really hard on getting a lot of our programming up online so that all of the book clubs and things like the financial programs that Natalie Crick offers are things that people can get into from home because we aren't having any meetings in the library. The children's librarian immediately started doing story hours online, and the two staff members who do a lot of the creative programs for kids started putting together little kits and YouTube videos so that they could do craft projects at home, especially during the summer, but they're continuing that into the school year to make up for the fact that we no longer can offer the after-school Wednesday activities. Another batch of staff are working on updating our webpage because we need to have that revised from Drupal 6 to Drupal 7, Drupal 7 to Drupal 8. People worked on marketing and advocacy. Martha Durgee and her folks work on an e-newsletter that comes out every 2 weeks. That helps inform people of things like new digital resources that are being added. A couple of weeks ago, we added a craft program called Creative Bug that has craft activities for both adults and little kids, and also a new news bank service that has thousands of full-text newspapers. So that gives people access to the Denver Post, for instance. You can pull that up, today's paper, and see that the image of what the actual newspaper looks like, and also go back several years on lots of people's hometown papers. We talked a little bit about resource sharing with our membership in Marmot. We were able to borrow books from the Marmot libraries that equaled 9% of our collection size. And had we had to buy those last year, that would have cost an extra $250,000 to fill those holds. I talked about the fact that the library board changed their policies to make things continue to work all right during COVID and try to keep things legal. And one of the things that we've been working on at the library is succession planning, because there are a lot of old staff members that work there, and we had 5 people retire in the last 5 years that had been there a collective tenure of 127 years, and we're looking forward to probably the next 5 years, there may be 5 more that will retire with 159 years of tenure at the library combined. So that's, preparing for about 300 years worth of experience to leave the organization. So in order to deal with that, last year, we had approval from the members of the E-team to create some new positions called managerial librarians. And those are librarians that we're giving additional supervisory responsibility to. And we would like to ask the E-team for their approval of us adding some additional positions in the computer specialist line so that we can make some of the library assistant jobs have increased responsibility, and they would move from the grade scale, job scale of 4 up to 6, and again, just be increasing responsibilities and making some advancement in the organization possible. Now, some of those people, 2 of those folks are library assistants whom we are helping with their tuition to go. One is working on a master's degree in library science, and the other is working on a master's degree in public administration. And because there's not any travel allowed, we're proposing that we use most of our traditional education budget to help maybe even more staff members start working on their master's degrees, because a lot of the staff members who are leaving are the people in the organization that do have master's degrees in library science. So we have helped 4 people earn their master's degrees, and 2 of those people, since they got their master's degrees, have continued to work at the library 20 years in addition to them having worked there to begin with. Another person earned her master's 8 years ago. She still works there, and another person just finished a master's last year from Kent State. So we feel that it's a good way to grow the talent in the organization. And George Newman had asked last year about an update on the library's energy consumption because he had helped us win a core grant when we were doing the remodel of the building. So the building the completion of the remodel was in 2016. Sorry, somebody
needs to mute. Not muting.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I put up a graph that shows the reduction in the use of electricity and in gas. And what's impressive about these graphs is the fact that we're comparing usage between the year 2014, which was the last year the library was open for a full year before we moved into the old powerhouse for the remodel, with 2017, which was the first full year that we were back in our building. And even though those numbers are lower, the building was actually 20%
bigger,
23% larger than it had been for that 2014 number. So we appreciated very much their help with the things that we were able to accomplish during that remodeling project, which were a lot of improvement in the insulation and a new roof. And we also did a lot of work on the lighting system, including getting new skylights that improved the day lighting, new ceiling tiles so that the reflection of the light was more effective, and LED lighting fixtures that have timers on them. So that really made a big impact in our electricity consumption. They also made improvements to the chiller and the HVAC system, and Jody Smith with facilities has since worked on adding new software to the HVAC this past year. And we've also had a big project trying to replace the equipment for the old elevator that serves both the library and the parking garage. So it's kind of hard to believe that that building's 29 years old now. So anyway, needed new elevator controls. And that was made to happen with Jody's help. And she also has worked to change out all the locks on the interior of the building. All of the doors inside now can be used with a key card like the rest of the county. And one thing that's in the budget for next year is to put new boilers, replace the boilers in the building. One other thing that we did to help the environment when we did the remodel was installing rainwater filtration, both on the roof up in the deck, the reading deck upstairs, and then water comes off the roof and goes into a holding tank under the alley that goes into the parking garage to let sediment settle out. And then I guess the last thing I just wanted to note is that it's almost the library's 80th birthday. So November 5th is the anniversary of the vote to make the library a publicly funded facility. That happened back in 1940. And then Connie put together a slide about some of the things that are going to be happening in our capital replacement schedule that are big ticket items. One is to get a new meeting room projector in the Dunaway meeting room, and we probably would not be doing that until we're actually reopening the meeting room. But John Bush has community films there during the weekends when the building is operating the way it normally does, and he has long wished for a higher quality projector, and these overhead projectors don't really have a terribly long life, sadly. So anyway, that's in our replacement schedule. And it's also time to put the money in to replace our Marmot terminals in the building. We have more than 80 computers, about 30 for the public, and then various computers running things like reservation systems and things. So they all fell out of warranty this year. And what we'll do with that money is we'll just kind of wait, because we buy them all at once and then they all kind of stop running at once. And we'll wait till that happens before we buy new ones. And then lastly, the library collection. As I said, we continue with Genevieve Smith's help to shop for databases, and we're just really grateful to have the resources available so that we could say, yes, the building's closed, but the library's still open.
Are there any questions for Kathy so far?
Kelly?
Thanks. Thanks, Kathy. I always learn something or more whenever you come, so thank you. There's some new things I'm going to check out. Has the library board seen this budget and approved this? Did they
Yes.
forward this on to us?
Yes, they do.
Okay, okay.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to know that. Otherwise, I don't have any other questions. It all makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a really important question. Did that bear jump off the roof?
He's still up there. No.
Good answer.
Actually, we didn't really have very many good pictures.
I like that
That bear's probably old and dead by now. It was several years old. But I thought it had to do with succession planning in case you get your face
I
ripped
thought
off on the
that,
way
yeah,
to
you're on
work.
the edge there.
So the 2021 budget and 5-year plan for the library is really pretty similar to prior years. There are not a lot of big changes in the numbers. The library district is supported by a property tax, and that's the main revenue source. Fortunately, our property tax revenue is very stable. So very little change in revenue for the library. And then the expenditures also are very stable. The only changes year to year are if there are some larger ticket replacement schedule items or some building improvements that need to be done. But overall, again, this is one of the funds that, despite COVID, is just pretty steady going. With the library fund balance, they do have an employee housing reserve, and they're adding some money each year from their unassigned fund balance into that housing reserve so that they'll have the possibility to purchase housing or participate in one of the county housing programs. And then during their capital campaigns, they have donation money and money from an original endowment that's in their capital reserve fund balance. Are there any questions on the 5-year plan?
George?
Yeah, Connie, on the revenue side for the donations, where we're seeing that drop substantially coming in 2022 and thereon.
Yeah,
Why is that? What's going on with that?
Yeah, there were some.
Is that the endowment you were talking about?
Yeah,
There were some commitments that were made when the new building was being built that were multiple year commitments, but Kathy can explain that better.
Yes, that's, next year we expect our last installment on a $500,000 gift that was being given to the library, $100,000 a year. And so next year will be the last of those payments. So that's all just the end of the capital campaign that was taking place in 2014, 15, 16 in order to raise the money to do the remodel of the building, which, as you probably might remember, that project was about a $14 million project, and only $100,000 of it came from the library's regular tax income. The rest of it was all donations.
That's pretty amazing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do we have direction from the board to move forward with this budget?
For me.
Good with me.
Hey, oh, Connie or Kathy, just quick question. Steve, I don't know if couldn't tell if you saw me there.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch just on the property services specifically, it looks like, it went up about 120,000 and stays up and continues up fairly dramatically. Would you mind hitting that again for me just very briefly?
Yeah,
Your expenditures.
Property services includes a number of items. It includes utilities, but it also includes custodial services and repair and maintenance. And so the increases are for some one-time custodial services and just some repair and maintenance that facilities is doing for the library.
Got it. Okay, that sounds good. I did have one question just on the energy efficiency. Thank you for showing us that chart, Kathy. I see the electrical efficiency, the electrical energy use went down and stayed down. The gas kind of had that interesting dip, and I was wondering if you can attribute that to anything. 2017 being very low gas bill, and then it popped back up. Just wondering, do we have a way of understanding why?
We do not. Actually, I'm trying to remember. There was a year, which may have been 2017, that I remember it was just so warm. It's still shirt sleeve weather in December. And it may have been that. I actually contacted Black Hills Energy to try to get the thermal. What I've ended up having to use here is dollars. And I know that in the year 2018, the way the bills came out, that was actually one of those years where you paid 13 bills instead of 12. And anyway, they didn't get back to me with those thermal things quickly enough. But when I did see that, I knew the first year we reported on this, we just thought, oh my gosh, what a huge savings, that this has accomplished. And so I was a little bit disappointed to see that didn't carry through to the next couple of years. So I think that year may have been an aberration, to tell you the truth.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm glad you saw that and were wondering. That's
yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, so thumbs up, everybody, on moving this forward. And Patty, I can't see you. You're not on the screen right now. You'll have to just say.
Yeah, no,
yes or
I already
no or
said
whatever.
I'm comfortable moving it forward.
Okay.
No problem. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Connie.
Nice to see you.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, next.
Thank you, Kathy. It's good to see you on the screen anyhow. Looking forward to the day when we can see you in person again.
So we are now moving forward to General Fund Public Safety section, and Sheriff Joe DeSalvo is here to present their budget.
Hi, Joey.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
It puts you at a disadvantage when I can't see if 2 out of 5 of you are smiling or scowling.
They're
So it
very
makes the
smiley
budget
eyes.
presentation
You got the
difficult.
smiley eyes over here.
I think we're all learning how to tell people's feelings from their eyes, which is probably the windows to the soul anyway. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? George is already smiling,
George
so
is
I must be,
smiling.
just my
Yeah,
good
there you got Steve
my
and
good
Greg.
afternoon must have been just fine.
Hi, Joey, good to see you.
Good to see you, Steve. This is my 2021 budget presentation, and I must say, in preparation for this, I went through last year's, and this year doesn't look that different to me. And as usual, I start by thanking Connie Baker for everything she does to hold us together. I mean, she could pretty much do this presentation for me, so thank you. As I said, a lot of public safety needs that we've seen over the years have not really changed much this year. One of the things that has changed that I will talk about later is an unfunded mandate that came from Senate Bill 2217, and I'll get to that later. When it comes to the budget, I've always considered myself more or less of a team player. I work well with John Peacock. I think he's a very responsible county manager. And when I have an ask in the budget, and he usually tells me if we have the money in advance for it or not, and if we don't have the money, I usually remove it without coming here and playing used car salesman with the commissioners. So thanks to John, I think he's a good beacon for me on this. But I have to tell you, I don't know if I feel that responsible anymore. I think it's time that we look at public safety and some of our needs in the next few years, and I hope you'll consider some of the things I have to offer. One thing that hasn't changed in the last few years is I still need increased staff. I think we are understaffed when it comes to the public safety and the levels that I provide. COVID presented a significant challenge for all of us, and my staff worked hard. We got through it. Our calls for service were down 13% from last year at this time. Our admin staff was working mostly from home, so the public really didn't see much of an impact as far as their needs go when COVID hit. There were some services that we stopped. We tried not to have as much person-to-person contact, knowing that one infection in my office could knock out the whole office, and that was something we wanted to avoid. So we cut back on some of the traffic stops that we were doing. We stopped going to ambulance calls that were not necessary for us to be there. A lot of our extra patrols and fire responses, we just stopped. And that was not for staffing, that was to avoid any kind of exposure. The meat and potatoes and dollars and cents of this presentation is what I'm going to get to now. I realize that we are in a potential financial crunch, and in my 35 years of service with Pitkin County, it basically has always felt that way. And I don't have a reason for it. I don't know what that is from, but it always seems like we are, you know, cutting things to the bone when it comes to our budget. There is a lot of things that I'm going to ask for to keep our historical level. In contrast to which is contrast to my philosophy. Due to COVID, we don't answer a lot of calls face-to-face, and that's something that really bothered me a lot. I mean, I really hate when somebody calls in for a stolen bicycle. It's a real easy call to take over the phone, but I prefer every deputy go to these calls in person. This is a service that may have to change if staffing levels don't. And that would really bother me, and I think it would affect the public. I'm proud that we can have face-to-faces with our public and not deal with them through phone calls or online reporting, which a lot of agencies do. They'll just knock out a quick form online for insurance, and it gets processed and it's done. I'd rather them see a deputy possibly find their bicycle if we can, and do a little more than the minimum. Although not listed in this year's budget, I would tell you I still need probably 5 deputies at a minimum to maintain the current service levels. Please remember that calls for service are not the only thing that drives my staffing level. The state mandates that each officer has 24 hours a year of training. That takes them off the road. I lose people to injury. I've lost 2 people in the last few months to maternity leaves. I've got one deputy, Kelly Ferguson, who is retired military but is in the Army Reserve. I'm losing her for 9 months. She's getting deployed. Vacation and attrition are some of the reasons I'm losing employees. You know, I really believe that, you know, all the years I've lived here and worked here, I believe that the phrase that we hear so much now, community policing, was basically invented, I believe, in Pickens County. In the advent of Dick Keenest and Bob Broadus and myself. I'd like to give you the definition of community policing as I understand it. The police should always reflect the community. The police should reflect the people that live in the community. The police should live in the community they work in. So they shop in the same stores, they go to the same restaurants. And I really think it's a basic tenet of what makes policing successful. I'm really sad to say I don't think we have community police officers anymore in the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. I mean, my deputies are commuting from Rifle, Newcastle, Glenwood Springs. I had one person who lived in Gypsum. These are not community police officers. These are people who spend 40 hours a week here and collect their paychecks and go home and don't connect to people or their kids or know what a restaurant worker is or somebody who works at City Market. And I really think that's an important part of community policing. Know the community you police. And we don't have that. And a big part of why we don't have that is housing. I mean, I lost a very good candidate a month ago. I think they lived in Denver or Fort Collins, and they came down here. He's interviewed, he went through all the testing. He actually was a real attractive candidate. We asked him if he would mind the living here because of the expenses. He said no problem. Him and his fiance spent the weekend looking for rentals in Glenwood Springs and couldn't afford it on what we were paying. So he turned down a job, and I lost a good police officer over it. This is in contrast to the Aspen Police Department, who has housing for their police officers. They live and work in the community they serve, and that is community policing. I'm jealous of that, I have to say. And I remember many years ago sitting here with a commissioner, nameless, and they said that they don't believe in giving priority housing to public safety. We should be put in the same basket as everyone else who works here for a living. I strongly disagree with that. I think that living and working in a community for a police officer is crucial. I don't have an answer how we're going to solve this. I lost my undersheriff to this problem. Ron Ryan was just a gift to this community, and he served it for 30 years and had to leave because of a APSHA loophole, and left this community, and he was raised here. He went to Aspen High School here. I mean, I'm really lucky that I had Alex Burchetta waiting in the wings who filled in seamlessly for me. But it really brought the housing problem and policing problem to me together, especially in a social environment where we're talking about community policing. I'm not sure this community is as unique as we used to think it is. I think we're starting to become more cookie cutter in a lot of ways, and I'll get to that in my presentation as well later. Is this a budget presentation or a social statement? I'm not sure.
It's your statement, Joey. You can
I know.
It's your time, buddy.
To back up some of this with anecdotal information is this summer we saw, I think, record home sales in Pickens County. I think we're going to see a lot of people who are relocating here. and stay longer than they have. I don't think there was a real off-season until last week. When the leaves disappeared is when I started to see it slow down a little bit, or maybe it's sub-zero temperatures. But I think this also will increase calls for service. Today's article in the paper showed the Aspen Police down. I didn't see a percentage in calls for service. I don't have that luxury because most of the people we deal with in Pickens County are static. They're locals. They don't come and go. We don't increase by 20 or 30,000 people in the summertime. So I'm seeing actually this is a trend going up, the more people that move here. Now, we'll get to the money. One of the unfunded mandates that we are presented with now is House Bill 2217. This bill requires that all police agencies have body cameras by 2023. We don't have body cameras, we don't have in-car cameras. It's never been, frankly, a budget. Plus the equipment, plus one administrative staff at least, maybe two, would cost about $350,000 is the one-time cost for the equipment, and then we're gonna have personnel on top of that that clearly would be ongoing. And that needs to be implemented by 2023. Another big ticket item that actually makes me the most concerned about anything is our aging jail. Our jail was built in 1984. It was built as a community jail. And what that means is the jail was built to replicate the outside as much as possible. So if you had a 30-day or 60-day sentence, which used to be like the longest sentences we had were 60 days, it wouldn't feel like you were taken out of society and sequestered away. You had some normalcy still in your life. We had contact visits. You could see your family. It was a different environment. We were dealing with different inmates, though, than we are today. I have to tell you, the inmate population has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. And I could take up a lot of your time with how, but one of the big things is what at least I call is inmates who are killing their number in jail. If you get sent to, if you are pretrial and you think you're going to get 6 years in the Department of Corrections, you stay here as long as you humanly can by either switching attorneys or dragging out motions hearings or do whatever until you get maybe 3 years. Then you get your sentence to DOC, which might be 5 years, and you've already killed 3 of your years in our jail instead of in Department of Corrections, which is a significantly different environment, needless to say. And the inmates we're seeing are, you know, for lack of a better word, special needs, high needs, mental illness. I don't know what caused this change. I think we would need a sociologist for that. But the fact is it changed. And the facility did not keep up with the times. We did not, over the last 35 years, make the improvements we should have done for safety and security, made some of the improvements we should have done to plumbing and heating and things like that. Some of the security problems and inmate safety problems that we have really need to be addressed. You know, last year it still bothers me a lot. We had an inmate suicide. You know, I say this a lot. The 3 things that bother me is, or keep me up at night, is losing a deputy, us taking somebody's life, or losing an inmate. They are in my custody. It's our job to keep them safe. I think we can do a lot better job. Currently, just to do some basic improvements on the jail, and I'm talking basically, are about $1 million is what we need to basically put lipstick on that pig. And like I said, this does concern me a lot. We learn a lot about our community from our jails. Is this really the way we want to treat our sons and daughters when they get arrested, to put them in a facility that's really not up to speed when it comes to safety and security? We learn a lot how we incarcerate our people in this. So where does that put us? today, and this is the wrap-up, because I know I don't ever want to take my whole 40 minutes. Problems without solutions are still problems. My solution that I brought to you last year, and I'll bring it to you again this year, is I think this board needs to consider the Financial Advisory Board's suggestion of a public safety tax, and I think we need to do it as soon as possible. I don't think policing and public safety should rely on a general fund. It's too unpredictable. And I think that's how we got in the spot we are with cameras, how we got the spot we are at the jail, how we are with our staffing. It's just we're relying on a general fund budget that is not sufficient enough to support policing. So that's my wrap. I think Connie will put up some slides that will be very self-explanatory, but I'm sure everyone's got questions.
I have a question for Kelly. Steve, may I?
This is awesome.
Okay, Kelly, couldn't we, and John, I'm looking at Peacock, and I think I already know the answer, but I'm gonna put it out there. A real estate transfer tax has multiple uses and purposes. It's not just for housing. It's not just for Wheeler Opera Houses, arts and cultures. It can be used, I think, for anything that you deemed appropriate in your community.
I don't know what the restrictions are. I would think you can dedicate it.
Yeah.
Are counties eligible for real estate transfer tax?
No,
I
but
thought it was
we're
municipalities
you're
only.
keying me into really working with Kelly on it this coming year.
I'm sorry?
We've been thinking about bringing it forward, trying to push it again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking of all the needs, not just in our community, but, well, right now in our community, but in other communities to get that support, so. Just
Are
food
you
for
familiar with any other counties that have real estate transfer taxes?
No, we're not authorized currently,
Yeah.
but one of our legislative proposals is to give counties the authorization to go to voters to ask for it. So it's a lot of, there's a lot of steps to it.
By then, the jail will be a pile of rubble.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but by the time we could get a property tax, any kind of tax, we might be looking at that, but, I used to have a whole file on who had them, how they got them, what they were for, and I threw it away when I took my 4 years off because I thought nobody's ever gonna come back, and now we're back there, and I'm gonna have to figure, I got it from Debbie Quinn, so we need to pick some brains here.
Well, and I would just comment, Joe, I don't think this board has been given a proposal from the Financial Advisory Board. We've known they've discussed it, but we haven't received sort of that formal download of what, what the idea is and why. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would definitely
Well-
support hearing that. We talked about in our first budget overview meeting, just the structural problems that we have with Tabor, that we won't be able to, our general fund will never capture all the new people that have moved here and, all the new demands connected to that, because there just are those structural deficiencies caused by Tabor. So, those are my comments on that
I
question.
think, Kelly, just to answer at least part of that question, I think the reason why we didn't do the presentation was, I think we were sent a marked note that said there might be not an appetite to raise taxes at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, what was the point of the presentation? So I think that's really where it comes from. And I haven't used the word marked note in a while, but it's actually a good phrase.
All right, Connie, now to your slide. Huh?
Connie, let it rip.
Okay, so as Joe mentioned, the sheriff's budget has very little change in that department in 2021. It's actually less than 1% increase in their operational expenditures and no change in staffing for the sheriff's office. There are some replacement schedule items that are included. They would actually have a decrease in their budget if it weren't for some of the replacement schedule items, the tactical body armor and a few things that just happen to be up for replacement. Some of them actually were supposed to be replaced in 2019 or 2020, but they've delayed and now plan on doing them in 2021. So there's not much significant to mention here. One thing, though, that we have built into the general fund 5-year plan is an increase of 1 FTE in 2022 for the sheriff's office to address the House bill requirement to implement body cameras. And we also included in the 5-year plan in the out years the cost for that equipment, because there will be equipment, technical services as far as maintaining recordings, and then at least 1 FTE to manage that. So that is built into our general fund 5-year plan.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yeah, Penny.
Yeah, I don't know, Joey or Connie, but as far as this equipment, like the rifles, even AEDs, tasers, is any of this resellable?
Probably not, and if it was, I don't think it would.
Not even rifles?
You know, just yesterday I got an email from the Eagle County Sheriff, and they put up, I think, 25 or 30 very expensive flashlights that go on the end of rifles, and they give them away. They're not even worth selling. I mean, you really need the most up-to-date equipment.
Yeah, just thinking maybe to, yeah.
We used to do that with other agencies,
Scotsman
and
in
even
me.
we can't give stuff away anymore.
Okay. Just a thought.
So the dispatch budget, there is a small increase in the budget, which is mainly due to costs of phones. The BITS department has been working with dispatch and trying to get all of the phone charges in their proper place. So that's one of the larger increases in this budget. There is also an increase in the cost of common area maintenance for the North 40, and so while our lease is not going up, our common area maintenance costs are increasing. That's built into the budget, and also an increase for overtime.
Connie, could I, excuse me 1 second? That phone budget was originally, I think, $300,000, and I think Brett went out and searched and beat the bushes to get a better deal. The overtime is a direct correlation to short staffing. I can't get them, and I can't keep them.
They are replacing the CAD CPUs. And as Jill mentioned, the phone system is being replaced in 2021. The phone system is not included in the general fund. It's part of the E911 budget, which does not come to this board. It goes to the COM board. And the surcharges for cell phones and landline phones pay into the E911 fund and are now covering all capital costs out of that fund. In addition, E911 helps support dispatch by an annual contribution. And then the remainder of the dispatch costs are divided up between the different public safety entities based on a rolling average of calls for service. So at the end of the day, although you see a $2.5 million budget here, the cost to the general fund is actually only a very small part of that. And then detentions is where we see a bit larger increase. Part of the increase is due to the jail-based behavioral services grant, which we received this year. That's almost $240,000, and it fully covers the cost of those services. So while you see a $240,000 increase in expenditures, there's also the same increase in their revenues. So there's no impact. There is an increase for overtime included in the budget. There's also a request for a new sergeant position, but that has not been included yet. That is considered pending right now. Other replacement schedule equipment, just a number of smaller items that are just part of their normal replacements in operating the jail. But then the larger ask is for $1 million for jail safety improvements. As Joe mentioned, that just barely scratches the surface. It's a placeholder right now as different solutions are being looked at. And then in the fleet budget, but paid out of the capital fund, there's $20,000 to add cages to the detention vans to bring them up to regular safety standards. That's all I have. Joe or John, anything else to?
So I have a couple of thoughts, realizing that the big fix on the jail, and the jail is one of our big rocks. It's trying to fix the defects in the building of the jail and solve the problem of separating the male and female inmates and dealing better with people with mental health and substance abuse issues who don't necessarily need to be in with the general population there. This fix is going to cost a lot of money, and in probably $15 or $20 million for doing the total big fix. That looks like we would have to have a bond issued, go to the public for funding for that. So I think looking at the big picture, trying to figure out the Senate Bill 217 costs, and also the request from Joey for more staff, all of that are money issues that are going to cost a lot of money, and we really need to take a close look at our different options on that going forward. And I know it's not in the budget for now, but it's something we all need to think about going into the new year. So Connie, you had said about the additional deputy for detentions, and it says pending on the budget sheet. What does the pending mean? Does that mean it's already been added into the budget?
No, it means
up to all status or no at this point?
It means that it is not included in the budget numbers that you have seen for the general fund. At the moment, we do have included enough in the general fund budget for Kim to take one of her deputies one of her deputies and move that person up to a sergeant position so that she could have an increased number of sergeants. So that is a stopgap measure right now to be able to have an additional sergeant but not increase FTEs.
Kelly?
Thank you. Connie, I have a question. How does this request for $1 million for jail safety improvements connect to the facilities project plan, upgrades construction for $2.8 million in the capital budget?
We originally, that was the original ask, and I did not update the facilities capital plan.
Okay. I'll update mine then.
Thank you for catching
So really
that.
what the jail needs is $2.8 million.
Just to start, yes.
Yeah, okay. So the good bandage, the ER trip would be
It's
the
a high-quality
$2.8
Band-Aid.
million, and the, do yourself at home is the $1 million.
Yeah, and we'll be coming forward to the board. We're looking at some short-term alternatives for the jail to provide services that we think will lower the amount that we need to invest in a Band-Aid fix, because of course when you do a larger project, all that money is probably going to be torn back out and rebuilt. So we're looking for operating alternatives that may reduce, and we think we've got one that we're pretty close to having to appoint to present to the board, and that is why the capital dollars reflected today are $1 million versus the original 2.8 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts for that conversation too.
Great.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Joey. Great to see you and great to hear you. I love I love your asides because they're not really asides. It's important stuff. So thank you for bringing that to budget discussion. My only question is, when are we going to be looking at this again in a work session? That clearly we'll have to devote some time to it. It sounds like John has it teed up, but I'm just wondering when we can anticipate seeing this with these big issues coming before us. I don't think we can afford to delay them, so I'm hoping we see them fairly soon in the next year.
John's coming up to the
Sorry.
mic.
Yeah, Greg, I think those conversations will probably come at mid or end of first quarter of next year.
Okay, great. I look forward to it.
Okay. Hopefully we won't have another pandemic between now and then.
Jeez.
I'm not gonna
Well,
let our
well,
forest
Joey, I
fire-
did want to ask Joey another, just to follow up from Patty's question, where I appreciate Patty looking for cost savings, and I realized that they're replacing, what was it? It was, I've got to go back here. We're replacing the tasers. The old tasers can't be used as AEDs, I assume. Thank you.
That's a creative plan.
I was thinking about the bedding from the jail for the.
I don't know that that's a good idea.
Kelly?
Separate from the budget, I too just would like to note that maybe this board should revisit any prior policies about whether we dedicate housing for first responders. You know, we are developing a housing project currently, so if we want to prioritize dedication of some of that housing to help solve some of this problem, I think we should have that conversation. And we have a lot of lead time, since developing Phillips will require all these other things to fall into place.
Right.
But I just want to put that out there.
And we'll be more clear with our language than the fire department was before.
And I don't know, part of the solution may be, instead of waiting for housing, to possibly change the guidelines for people who are in public safety. I appreciate that we do make a good salary, but that exempts us from some homes. And I don't know if that might be a route to the end of this, to finding exemptions for public safety workers.
You're talking through APCHA.
Through APCHA, correct. And I don't know, Kelly, are you on the APCHA board?
George and I are.
George, and I thought it was, I knew it was George. So I don't know how difficult a hurdle that is to clear. That had a portion of what the problem with Ron Ryan was too, was his salary. And so I don't know if that's a route to the homes.
He's very happy living 8 miles away from his job.
I know, but
Yeah, we can
I'm
talk.
not happy
Joe,
with
we can talk more about
Yeah.
what your ideas are, sure.
and I don't want to leave off the table, at least the not so subtle ask for more employees. So I hope the board will consider that, although it was not a formal ask in the budget, but I really think we need to consider that. I'm down right now. When I say I'm down 5 people, it means that they've not left their jobs. They're just unavailable to me for
I see what you
13 weeks to 9 months. And we have to deny vacations. And at this time, after COVID, we were looking forward to getting some breaks. And right now, we're turning down people to go on vacations. And I don't feel good about that.
So I've got one more question on the detentions budget. I noticed that there's an ask for overtime increase from 125,000 to 150,000. If that 150,000 were put into an additional sergeant for the detentions, wouldn't that be about a wash on the budget? We could add an employee and cut down on the amount of overtime. I don't know how much we could cut down on the overtime, but certainly some.
Well, I could tell you, Steve, that that pending position, I really don't think is going to be filled. And as John said, I think that'll be fleshed out in the retreat or the conversations in the first quarter.
Typically, a new position can decrease overtime somewhat, but given that the law enforcement is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, there will always be some overtime.
Special events, traumas.
Greg?
Yeah, Joey, I didn't mean to be flipped on my last comment about the tasers, but the what you said about a priority for jail worker or sheriff's office workers, jail workers in housing, to me is really an important one, and I'd love to have that conversation and help you put that forward, because having essential workers who aren't even really part of our community when they're not on the clock is so detrimental. We see it everywhere. We see it with the county. We see it with other essential services. If they don't feel as if they're part of our community, we're at a huge loss. And I just want you to know I heard what you said, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, so preliminary look at the proposed budget. Now, is this a decision point, Connie?
No, it is not.
Maybe it isn't.
We will bring back the general fund as a whole in our budget presentation on November 17th. So right now, there's no decision point unless the board wants to give direction in a particular area that we can move forward with, or any changes.
Okay, and I think there's a lot of food for thought that we need to all be thinking about before we get to that general budget discussion. Okay, thank you so much,
Thanks,
Joey, for
Joey.
being here, and Alex for joining in. I guess, Alex, I saw you on there earlier, but
there he is.
it's good to see you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Recognize
Thank you.
him in street clothes.
I am proud that.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm proud that Alex is our new undersheriff. I think it was a no-brainer, as I've said before, and he stepped into the shoes and kept running with not even a misbeat.
Here.
Thank you all for your time. I'm glad I kept it under or close to the limit.
Thanks, Joey.
Thanks for coming in, Joey.
And thanks also, Kim, for listening in on the.
You spin a good
on the
yarn,
discussion.
you know.
I'm sorry?
I said you spin a good yarn.
That sounds like it's untrue.
I know. I don't know how to say that.
That
now.
makes it sound like it's not an accurate story.
No, I know you're true.
The spinning
You're
part.
it's just, you know,
Thank
it
you
really
all.
It makes
grabs
a
on
compelling
you.
argument.
That's right.
So that concludes our budget presentation for the livable and supportive community. And we will meet again Thursday of next week to look at the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area.
Thanks, Connie.
Okay, thanks, Connie. I'm trying to decipher. My agenda is all messed up now because I started writing in different times with our half-hour delay. And
We're at 4:15.
for a little break here, if everybody wants to do a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up our future agendas and the COVID-19 update, recommendations of the Housing Coalition. So let's do a 5-minute break
Thanks, Steve.
right now, and
Are you finished?
3:30.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Grassroots will be back at
See,
3:30.
that wasn't so
painful.
I'm like ready to run. I go to
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 27th. We are moving along to future agendas, and I will turn the meeting over to our chair, Steve Child.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. And John Clark, what do you have on future agendas?
Thanks, Steve. I just have a couple of items. First, we can talk about this more on Thursday, but we are looking ahead to try and schedule a public listening session for the recommendations on the airport visioning process. We're anticipating that whether it be this week or in a soon to come work session that you'll be finalizing the board's discussion and bringing those back out. We're looking at Thursday, November 12th, and wanted to do a check-in with the board. We still are working to find a location that's appropriate for that type of venue, but just wanted to get that on the board's radar screens.
So my calendar is clear on November 12th.
Mine
So
on my
I'd be-
phone appears to be, but I don't have my written calendar.
I have a 4 to 6 obligation.
On November 12th.
Yeah.
We'll probably do it in the morning. Oh, that's the public.
But I don't know if
We'd
you wanna
probably do
it
that in the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna run get some water.
Yeah, I think.
I prefer not to skip it, but if you cannot find another date, because I know there's issues with finding a venue, let me know.
Yeah, so we can bring this back again on Thursday as far as next steps, but it sounds like we have one board member who would be challenged to make that date. A little bit concerned about pushing it out too far, for the board's final decision-making purposes also. So if the board could think a little bit about other dates that might be available, we'll also have some to propose on Thursday. I just realized I'm not logged in. The second item is there will be a planned addition to the agenda tomorrow that I want to make the board aware of. And Steve, I'm sorry I didn't have this when we were going over the agenda on Friday, but based on concerns that have been raised by the clerk's office, I think because of rhetoric that has been out there nationally at least, the clerk's office has worked with the attorney's office on a temporary restriction on firearms being in county facilities during the election, and it would run through December 31st. So we'll be walking that as a one-read resolution into the board for a temporary restraint during the election and processing times. And that is all I have on future agendas. And I should probably log in here.
Kelly?
Yeah, I just wondered, do we know if ComDev is going to have land use items to add on the 4th?
I know that was a request last time, and so we, I
Just
do
on
not
Friday.
have the answer.
Yeah.
Can you define land use items by ComDev? You mean?
Well, there's the agenda on the 4th is exceptionally light, which seems rather unusual for a regular meeting. with no land
It's
use.
a 15-minute meeting almost the way it is right now.
Which is fine by
Or
me,
half
because
an hour
I'll
at the
be
most.
working late the night of the election, the night before, but,
Yeah, me too.
just hoping to be prepared.
So, John, I have a question on Veterans Day, November 11th. Is that a county holiday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I don't know, I presume there's going to be some sort of ceremony. Do you have any
Groups gathering of 10.
knowledge about what the ceremony would be? Is it going to be a virtual thing or a small in-person ceremony or what?
Yes, I know. I believe Elaine was going to reach out to Colonel Merritt and ask that question. So I'll have to do a check-in with her, Steve, to see if she's been able to touch base. We still, unless it's a permitted event, the event is limited to 10 people from 2 households. So, to my knowledge, we don't have a permit in for a Veterans Day event. And I suspect, I know during the Memorial Day celebration, I think the concern was that a lot of the vets are in the vulnerable population, and I think they did something smaller and I believe virtual, if I remember correctly. I suspect it'll be along the same lines.
Kelly?
Yeah, I also just would note that Wednesdays for the remainder of the year, except for tomorrow, we will have APSHA meetings starting at 5 o'clock on the Wednesdays of our regular meetings. So it would help if we're going to fill in those meeting agendas to know that, so George and I can coordinate attendance at APSHA.
Steve?
Okay, any other, Patty?
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna bring up is that the EOTC meeting is not on our future agendas, but it is on the website under board meetings and agendas. So it's posted, I just wanna make sure we've legally posted these things, so we keep it above board. But it's on the website, it's just not in our paper copies.
Yeah, and there's been a little bit of confusion, I think, over, is the host entity the one
Yeah.
published? So
Because the
I think
city's
we're getting that
hosting,
cleared
right?
up. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was stepped out of the room. What did we decide on the airport? The 12th, or we didn't decide?
We're going to talk about it again on
Okay.
Thursday. See
I
if
put
we
it
can
down
identify
tentatively, so,
any other dates and locations. I
Okay.
think both of those are going to be challenges.
well, and that's if we make a decision this week.
And I would just note,
Kelly?
I think it's a little confusing on the website. That meeting Thursday is posted as a one-time event. It doesn't say anything, like if you just look at it on the list, there's no reference to the airport process, so I would request that we update that
Yeah.
to show a
And
special
and
meeting
you can't,
for
you click
Ace
on it and you
Vision.
get nothing.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
you might
was
have
supposed to
something
have the
now.
agenda.
I just
on
pulled it
so
up,
we'll-
it's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, it just says one-time event, and there's nothing you can,
Yeah, mine opens, just refresh your page.
oh no, if you put on agenda, it gives you the whole agenda, but, for the airport meeting, but it doesn't indicate it's an airport meeting.
Yeah, John, I'll get a hold of Elaine and get that switched around. Yeah, you should be able to get to the agenda on that. I pulled it up and looked. and there's
Can,
a
but
difference
yeah, but
between-
you need to know what the one-time event means.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
We'll change it. You bet.
Okay, if there are no more future agenda items, let's get to our COVID-19 update.
Yeah, and I just want to note on the
How-
agenda, I think the open discussion time was flipped with the COVID update time. So we had 40 minutes under open discussion and 15 minutes for COVID. That was supposed to be reversed, so we'll probably take a little bit longer on the COVID piece. Give me just a second. I'm trying and share my screen here, and I believe
Wow.
Nan is on.
Well, so Mesa County moved from a protect your neighbor status to a safer at home status.
Well, we'll talk about that in just a second.
I just got the email.
All right. Welcome. So, few things that we want to, well, several things we want to go over today. Gonna just spend a couple of slides talking about state and Pickens County data trends on the state's corona meter, and then public health order changes that were rolled out last week by the state, and just talk a little bit about those implications. And then, as we had posted, recommendations, a homeless coalition for winter shelter options. I believe Nan and Lindsay are on for that part of the presentation. We're going to be looking for some direction about how to proceed with some of those items. Talk a little bit, and this came up a little bit during the budget discussion. The state did roll out an exposure notification app over the weekend and Monday. Let's talk a little bit about what we know there. Chat a little bit about Halloween and testing. So a lot to cover in a short amount of time, so will be a fairly quick overview. This is taken from the state's webpage today, and this in particular is where counties sit with their incident rate changes. So their rate of positives per 100,000 in population. Red is going over 350 per 100,000 in population. Orange is between 175 and 350. Yellow's between 75 and 175. And then blue's 25 to 75. And then anything under 25 is in the green. And what you can see is when the state's meter rolled out, most of the counties were either in the yellow or blue zones. There's very few orange and red. Patty, you were just mentioning that an announcement went out that Mesa County has moved back from Protect Our Neighbor into Safer at Home, and that's primarily being driven because of the incidence rate that they're seeing. Pickens County, we started off in the blue, but for the past several weeks we've stayed in that yellow range on incidents. For Pickens County in particular, as of today, according to the state meter, our two-week cumulative incidence rate is at 129.5, puts us just over center of the yellow zone. But our test positivity remains below the 5% in the green zone, and our hospital capacity remains good, and both of those are in the Protect Our Neighbor zone. So it's really about the prevalence and this incidence rate. Frankly, our incidence rate today is a little bit lower than it has been. It has been hovering at the higher ends of the yellow. And we have had a number of outbreaks, and they're mostly associated with informal gatherings, so those continue to be a focus, and we'll talk about the changes that the state made around those here in a second. Also, we continue to be challenged with folks cooperating with our case investigation and contact tracing efforts, and it's really just so important that we get accurate and timely information from people so that we can slow the spread and keep our community open going into the winter. As far as state public health order changes, there were 4 changes that were made in the state's public health order last week. The first 2 are probably of most significant impact. The first was that counties are not limited to being moved only 1 level at a time in the dial. So you can go from a protect our neighbor, to a safer at home level 3 if that's where the data is. And that CDPHE will make that determination as circumstances warrant as they look at data. Additionally, the gathering size limit in level 1 of safer at home and up was limited to no more than 10 people, and that those gatherings should not exceed more than 2 households. And so that's something that we've seen even with some dinner parties and such that have met the 10-person limit. They've involved more than 1 household, and those have been associated with some outbreaks. And then they clarified how the person caps on events and such are counted. There's also clarification that critical business and government functions should follow their sector guidance unless doing so does not allow them to provide critical need. We'll be having some conversations around this even at the EOTC meeting with guidance around transit and those sorts of things. And then there are some clarifications around elections and what activities constituted the exceptions for elections. So those are changes that came out last week. Again, we've been hitting the messaging, particularly on the 10-person limit from 2 households. That is probably most related to the outbreaks that we're seeing here. Before I move on to housing, any questions on those 2 pieces? That's a general overview of where we're at. It is concerning right now where the state and national numbers are headed, and we remain concerned about the number of outbreaks that we have and what our incidence rate is.
Wait, Kelly.
Yeah, I have a question. I just wanted,
Kelly?
I'm not sure, I didn't get to fully read it, but if you saw an email from CCI convening a conversation about a severity index, which I find to be really interesting because I feel like that's what we've sort of been asking for all along based on our population.
I think so. So I think
but here's an opportunity, perhaps.
Yeah, and we did check in with public health staff. So what this is that CCI will apparently be hosting a conversation. It's a proposal coming out of Douglas County, is my understanding, to add a severity index to the 3 metrics in the state's corona meter. And from there, it's not really clear to us what that means. And so I don't know if you or Steve will be able to be at the conversation, but it would be really helpful. Our understanding is that it has something to do with if your data, if a county's data looks like ours, where our hospitalizations have stayed low, our test positivity is staying low, then maybe from a severity perspective, our incidence rate isn't as concerning, and that the state should take that into consideration when deciding what level to be in. But we have not seen
it's the first I
Douglas
heard about it.
County's proposal, so
Okay.
we're interested in it too.
I don't think Douglas County has had the same approaches we've had, I would say. So they may have different motivations behind the conversation. But
I would suggest that's probably the case. However, if it does open up a discussion, I know one of the things that we had proposed to the state when they're putting the metrics together was to have a few more leading indicators, so that versus lagging indicators in their meter. And that could be testing volumes, symptomatic volumes, those sorts of things that kind of tell you when a wave is coming. So maybe there's an opportunity for that kind of discussion. So we wanted to pivot the conversation because the Housing Stability Coalition, I'm sorry I named it wrong I called it out incorrectly in the agenda, has considered some of the challenges that we have going into the winter and has recommendations. Nan, are you still with us, and can I pivot to you?
Yeah, I mean, Lindsay covered some of it today, and she's here as well. Okay. A reminder that we have a Housing Stability Coalition with over 115 members. We've had a couple of meetings since August. Our last meeting was on the 21st with over, I think, 36 people. So in August, the faith communities notified Pitkin County and the Aspen Homeless Shelter that they didn't feel they could provide a winter shelter because of COVID restrictions. So the Housing Stability Group jumped into action, created 3 committees and researched options. Just as a reminder, St. Mary's has been running a winter homeless shelter for 11 years. They did a really fantastic job, but they didn't feel, and probably rightly so with COVID, that they could put people in multiple rooms, keep the place safe for their constituents, for their congregation. So we know that the coordinated case managers have counted 55 homeless that are known to us right now. 22 are living at the safe outdoor space at the Intercept lot. And we have about 5 to 10 living just outside the SOS unsanctioned spot on the same property. And then others are scattered around the county. We are working towards what is known as coordinated entry with case managers, where every person is being assessed. They're trying to work towards housing goals, and as we said, a few people have gone on to Fort Lyons, have moved away back to family. We're trying to address individual needs and community resources in COVID world. Lindsay mentioned the Emergency Solutions Grant that we got in July. I just got the contract on the 19th of October. So that's for $70,000 for the emergency shelter that we set up at the Human Services Building in March through May, and also to help us with street outreach. So it doesn't help with every cost at the safe outdoor space, but it will help us pay for bathrooms and wash stations and things to prevent the spread of the disease, propane tanks, things to keep people warm. We just submitted an application for COVID $2 at the same source for $562, which was super high, but we included the ideas that we're just going to go over with you. We don't know how much will get funded, but we believe we'll get funded something. And the last piece in terms of the current situation is that the Aspen Homeless Shelter Board announced at the Housing Stability Coalition that they have decided to enter into a fundraising campaign to create an endowment to establish a freestanding shelter / Aspen Homeless Shelter. That will take years, of course, and we offered help if it would make sense for us at any time to pursue CDBG grants or other federal DOLA grants. But that's a really long-term solution and isn't going to help us right now for this winter. Just so you all know, last night we put 8 people in a hotel in hotels down valley who live in tents or in situations where cars don't work and they were unable to stay warm. That's the beginning of us really looking at whether or not we need to set up some kind of extreme weather shelter. So let's go to the next slide, John. There were 3 committees, as I said. I facilitated the safe outdoor space. Lindsay facilitated the housing shelter alternatives, and Sam facilitated the public relations and outreach. We're not going to talk so much about the 3rd column right now today. What we're looking for is just kind of general direction from the board. Do you approve us moving forward? We need to have conversations with other jurisdictions to decide on moving on these. So the Safe Outdoor Space Group looked at other properties, looked at other places, looked at the success of the Safe Outdoor Space, and they're recommending that we stay at the Intercept lot and that we try to winterize it at the very least with canvas tents for those who have nylon tents, more propane, winterized toilets, and we looked at a company called Wilscott, I think, in Grand Junction that's worked with the city where they have enclosed toilets and hygiene stations, washing stations, hand washing. We would continue with the site manager and case management, some minimal property improvements to help with drainage and snow removal. We would need a little bit of regular snow plowing, at least to the site, because we have waste management there and we have toilets that need to be cleaned. And as Lindsay said, 90% of the people there are working, going to work. The estimated cost of that for 6 months is about $70,000 to $90,000 for 22 people. Long term, the Housing Stability Community really would like us to pursue a permanent safe outdoor space with pallet homes, which are movable homes. Individuals can live in them, and at some point I'll give you a nice video about that. But those are about $7,000 a piece, and it would really take a secure funding source probably to pursue those. Lindsay, do you want to talk about the housing alternatives, or do you want me to go through them?
Can I ask a question?
Ma'am, George has a question.
Yeah.
Ma'am, Patty has a question. George first.
Yeah, thanks. So, Nan, on the SOS at the Intercept, that's handling 22 people, but then you mentioned that there's another 10 or 12 that are just outside the perimeter because of the running out of space at the SOS. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are a number of reasons why they're outside. We always set it up for 22 people, capacity-wise. We have some people whose behavior is egregious, violent, or something else, and so they've been asked to leave the safe outdoor space. They've gone to the outside of the safe outdoor space.
You can see them lined up.
Not very far. They still need to go to the bathroom and wash their hands, but they're not invited into the warming tent or the kitchen, getting the food and that kind of thing. But it's 5 to 10 that are parked outside.
So are we creating a new location for those 5 to 10 people, or are we just sort of?
Well, last night we put most of them up in a hotel. I think, what our proposal is that we have a 2-pronged approach. One is to have a safe outdoor space winterized, and the second is to try to find housing solutions for those who don't want to or can't stay at the safe outdoor space. Of all the people at the safe outdoor space right now, I think 75% have vehicles that they can warm in. And then there's a small percentage who are in tents that are, highly inadequate. But most of them want to stay. They repeatedly were asked by case managers, where do you want to be this winter? What do you want to do? And These are people who have constantly and chronically camped in our community all winter. And they would like to stay. They feel safe there. They are not hassled by open space and trails or law enforcement, and they feel like it's a supportive place, especially in COVID, right, where we want to minimize contact, minimize wandering around, minimize wandering the bus to stay warm.
Okay.
So that's the idea to winterize, but we would also need housing or shelter alternatives. And Lindsay's group looked at those. You want to talk about those, Lindsay?
Wait, I have a question.
Patty had a.
Nan, I had a question about the safe outdoor space. Whose land is that? We know the land right there is so complex, and there's
So
parameters.
that's on CDOT property. Early on in our response, I had contacted CDOT about maintaining the safe outdoor space at that location so long as we had public health orders related to COVID.
Okay.
We anticipate that will be the case, obviously going into 2021. And so part of the conversation with the board, is supporting the ongoing use of that facility. It was not clear that we would be using it through the winter, so that would require another conversation with CDOT. I believe they'll be open to that, given where we are in the pandemic right now. And then, of course, we had anticipated that there'd be a winter shelter. That's what really changed.
Okay, because it was brought forward to us as a temporary shelter. I want to make sure that we're, have the permission of CDOT, and that we are clear with the public that it started out, we thought, as temporary. Now it's evolving because COVID is evolving and the needs are evolving. The other thing is we don't know the status of X Games. I don't know how much of that property was utilized for trucks, parking, etc. If they do have limited X Games, we need to, we won't have, I don't think they'll have the attendance issues because I don't think they'll have the mass gathering, but they may have a televised only event. Nobody knows yet. Mm-hmm. And so I want to make sure we can still accommodate when we need to accommodate, or just be thinking about that. I think we probably would have more room at the far end of the lot where we used to do overflow attendee parking. But just to keep in mind, we have so many multiple uses out there. I think it's worked well, and I think the pallet homes will be a much bigger discussion because of the impacts to the people at Brush Creek who already are concerned about looking down on a homeless camp.
Yeah, and I think what we're, the immediate, of course, is the short-term need that's been identified because of the COVID pandemic. There has always been a need for this kind of space, and so I think the group is looking forward to a long-term solution. It's not clear that this would be the right location for that. That would be another conversation.
Okay, all right, because I'm supportive of where Nan's going with the winterizing issue. I think we need to do it, and obviously last night showed us we need to do it sooner than later, so yeah, it was cold.
Yeah.
Nan, two other questions. Greg, go ahead first, and then I'll do mine last.
I just want to say I appreciate, Patty, thank you for bringing that up. I know people are concerned about it. Just wondering if it's an open-ended thing. Since we don't know what's happening with COVID, it does seem kind of open-ended. As we go into funding something that's more substantial and looks like it could turn into a permanent solution, I just want to say I appreciate John saying that location is still up in the air, and the temporal nature of it is something to be determined perhaps by the pandemic. We want to assure people we're not building a permanent homeless camp here, and this is a special circumstance. I think that's the understanding that I have and that the community has. And these are tough questions. We all understand, and we want to be empathetic to everybody. So I think, this isn't going to go away. It's not going to go away soon. So we need to address it. And thank you for saying that, what you both said.
Yeah, and I know, Steve, you have a question, but yeah, absolutely temporary. And the Housing Stability Task Group is well aware of that, that the complications of the site make it difficult to consider permanent solutions. And so that's why the team stepped away from pallet home purchases and really are looking for how do we keep it warm enough and clean enough and healthy enough for people to survive during the winter and be basically safer at home, if we go back to that. Protect your neighbor, all COVID specific. And the funding that we look for is entirely related to COVID. As soon as the restrictions start to change, we would be looking at changing it. And I have a meeting set up with Public Works and Dave Pesniak and law enforcement, sorry, I said that wrong, and City of Aspen, who actually leases the property from CDOT parking, to talk with them next week about what's happening there. We've been informing them all the way along, recognizing that the way that John wrote the way that we proposed the safe outdoor space was through the life of the public health order, plus, and I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 months to close it down. So this is a time-limited project.
At this time.
And Greg, to your point,
my
there's.
question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, well, my question has to do with the other 20 to 25 identified homeless in the county. Do we have knowledge about where they are staying? Do they have camps, or some of them in non-standard indoor kind of places that are technically homeless? They're not in a regular home, or what? Do you have that knowledge?
All the people we're talking about are unhoused, meaning that they're not couch surfing. They don't have a domicile over their, they don't have a cover over their heads. They are, camping outside the camp. They're camping around town, and they're moving up and down the valley. We do believe that we need the parallel plan of housing and shelter alternatives. Lindsay, unless there are other questions, why don't we finish the presentations, and then all your questions are great questions.
Yeah, I want to honor that what the board is grappling with right now is the same thing that the Housing Stability Coalition is grappling with, which is this kind of temporary solution right now in this moment. And then, of course, the long-term, the big haul, kind of what does our community do to support our folks who are living, who are homeless. So our group was doing the same sort of thing, which is why we went back and forth on pallet homes to winterizing the SOS. And really, for the short term, for the life of COVID, these are the recommendations that the group was making. It was to winterize the SOS, and then in our group, in the Housing Shelter and Alternatives group, we researched some options about actually let's try to house people and subsidize their rent if possible, or even look at us taking on the contract for some of their housing for the season. So we found some places at the Snowmass Inn and with SkiCo. We've been partnering with them, where we were able to find units that could house up to 4 people. And there were a few units that were available. And once we actually crunched all the numbers to see how much that would cost for 10 people, it would be about $40,000. And that's to pay for everything to have them in housing. So that really, it would look like it's a lease, it's a contract that they have, that they would have to follow the rules of that type of housing option. The other option that there was a lot of momentum or buy-in around was the severe winter shelter. and that's really both looking at congregate and non-congregate. So either looking at one place like the Health and Human Services building where we can have up to, I think, 8 people in both conference rooms that are COVID safe. We're separating people by the right amount of space and making sure people are wearing masks and doing everything that they need to do. For those nights where, like in the last few nights, we had a severe weather warning. And different counties do this different ways, but you know, there's a lot of different ways you can look at it. But for us, really, we were looking at it as the severe weather warning. So there's precipitation and it's going to be really cold. And for us, it was a big change in the weather very quickly that happened. And so for some of those folks, we're finding locations like hotels or different facilities to set up for people to go to if they don't, you know, the safe outdoor space is one place, but then Steve, you were asking about what about all of these other people? That would be, I guess, in tandem with, right? It's another option or another opportunity for us to make sure that people are safe when it goes. I mean, it was 1 degree at my house this morning when I woke up. So really, really cold weather, enough for people to suffer and be at really high risk. And then the long-term solution that the group, the Housing Stability Committee, wanted to look at was looking at that long-term, that, you know, the big down the road, identifying buildings and really having you know, what Aspen Homeless Shelter is proposing, which is a standalone 24-hour shelter for Pitkin County.
So that, just to be clear, these housing alternatives are, you know, in terms of apartments, we would be creating family pods. So if 4 people lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, they would stay there. That would be like their home, just like you live with your adult children or not, like I do, right? In the severe winter shelter, you know, we might be more limited in terms of the group size of 10. We were looking at 4 people in each room in the conference room. We anticipate, based on weather patterns, that we might need to stand it up about 8 times during the winter, where there's a combination of low temps and precipitation, just like we just had. Ideally, we would have a big space, like a gymnasium, where we could take 8 people and spread them out, you know, in areas of 12 by 12. But that's harder to find right now. So anyway, those are the thoughts of the Housing Stability Committee. They'd like to move forward on those options. Some would require us spending some resources before we know if we got the grant from the DOLA, or it would require us getting partnership from City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, Community Foundation funding, so that we can make these happen. At the very least, we should be getting larger propane and the site improvements to winterize the SOS if we think we're going to stay there. So we, John, do you want to go to the next slide, which is kind of the, you know, we're I guess in general, this is not a supplemental request. It's like a general direction request. If you all are generally supportive of these ideas, we would begin to work with partners and jurisdictions for winter plans. You could direct staff to begin conversations with neighbors, landlords, hotels to build support and capacity, and ultimately direct us to complete a supplemental to approve the spending authority, hoping that we get CARES Act dollars one way or another through DOLA or through the CARES Act. John, do you want to add anything to this?
No,
it's hard to tell when you have a mask on. I don't know what you're doing.
I know. I'm making all kinds of facial expressions under here, Nan. Now, these are frankly, I think very reasonable types of expenditures to meet this need. We will be, I believe, we're supposed to find out on our CARES Act application in the next, I believe, 10 days. Does that sound right, Kelly? I don't know.
For the reserve funding?
For the reserve funding.
I don't think we have a deadline yet.
Oh, okay. That's what was communicated. Either way, I'm not sure that these are discretionary types of expenditures, and they certainly are within the fund balance capabilities that you're seeing in the 2021 budget.
So, Nan, I have a couple of ideas that are thinking outside the box for indoor permanent camping for the winter. The first one revolve around the Armory building. When is City Hall new building going to be done? When are they moving into that? Or is there any date on that yet, John?
They're a year and a half out. Probably.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, Steve, and I think they're immediately going in to remodel of that facility because they'll be in still some temporary spaces. But that will definitely not be ready by this winter.
Okay, yeah, that answers that one. The second place I thought of, the hockey players would not be happy, but the Aspen Ice Garden there in the west end of Aspen would remove one ice skating rink in town, but people could camp in there and be spread out and not, then the snowfall and the cold wouldn't be nearly as bad. Has that been looked at all as a possibility by the coalition?
We didn't look at that, Steve. We did look at, discussing the ambulance barn as a potential shelter. It was great. It was great to consider it. It's interesting that it was the lowest scored by the Housing Stability Coalition as an option. It's not ADA compliant. It's expensive to run a nightly shelter. And so, Lindsay, would you say those were the two main arguments against that? I mean, we really were looking at our building, Human Services, for the emergency shelter, just because we can control that, right? We can make that happen. I mean, we'd have to find someone to sit there and make it work. But I have, based on a dialogue this morning with other county directors, I made a call out to see about some other larger spaces, but I wouldn't even mention them because I don't want anyone to get set up, right? We will keep looking for emergency shelter areas. We did call the Red Cross, just so that you know, to see what their capacity was. They're not set up to establish winter shelters just for the homeless. They would need to be responding to a full-on community disaster. So that wasn't an option for us either.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback by also saying, Steve, we've called a lot of different places. That was part of what our group was tasked to do, to look at just some empty buildings, places that, we had Kim Bell Williams on our committee from Eagle. She's the housing director there, and she had some really great ideas. And there's always roadblocks. It seems like whenever we go to find these places, there's always something that wouldn't allow it. We were even considering, we had reached out to like the tents that they had set up, those big tents that they had. So if you have any ideas, please feel free to send me any of those, because we've been doing the research and trying to find that place.
It is getting very difficult to find vacant apartments right now. As you all know, the housing stock got sucked up. Mm-hmm. And so, we do need to move fairly quickly to see if we can secure units or secure contracts with with anybody. That's our goal.
So really, we're looking for the okay to continue these conversations, flesh out the numbers, and that would result in probably a fairly quick appropriation request, because obviously winter's already here.
Steve, what does the Forest Service do with their dormitory housing in the winter at 7th Street? That's a thought.
I don't know if they're there all winter. Does anyone else?
Might be worth a phone call. They also have that big parking lot there. You know, if we're thinking out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks. We will check that out.
So I think what we're looking for is just that the board is okay with us pursuing these short-term options right now to clarify for the public that might be watching. Not, the long-term options are going to be an ongoing conversation. It will probably result in some different outcomes than what we're talking about. But we've got a short period of time now to work with to get these options put in place so that we can house people during extreme weather events.
Kelly?
Yeah, I support this. This is a challenging conversation every fall and winter. And I just want to thank the Housing Stability Coalition for all the hard work and really tackling this problem. I mean, I would even just observe that the information that you've presented is more complete than it's been in the past. You have identified numbers of people and sort of different scales of need, and defining this problem for a longer term solution is coming into clearer focus, and that's clearly a result of all the work that you and the coalition has done. So thank you. Yeah, this is tough, and like we heard from Joe earlier, how we take care of people, who are most vulnerable, I think says a lot, and you guys have always worked really hard to find solutions, so thanks.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, for saying that. I would agree with that, and I support it. I guess what the questions I have now are, it's an interesting thing. You hear that people are employed here; they have jobs. How much do you find out about them and know about them? And it's hard as somebody who doesn't deal with homeless issues very often. I really depend on the information I get, and I feel as if I want to know more. I know some of these people, certainly, and I know some of the stories, and I know there are a lot of really difficult situations, and so I have to assume everybody who's there would probably rather be somewhere else. I'm just trying to figure out how does what kind of jobs do they have? What kind of income do they have? Are you looking at that, and are we trying to help them actually get into a situation that doesn't require this sort of desperate? This is a Hail Mary for them, on a cold winter. I'd hate to be sleeping out there in the weather we have now. Who knows what the winter has in store? So I just wonder, what else do we know? And I hate to say it, but I'm reminded of so many of my friends whose stories about first moving to Aspen were sleeping in closets and sheds, and I think that was the kind of the history of the skiers who came here. They lived in just the most miserable situations in order to get a foothold. But I don't know if that applies here, and I'm trying to understand it.
I think that it's a complicated answer. No one person is the same as another person. There are barriers to these people being housed that we can't imagine. Some of it is fiscal, some of it is substance, some of it is mental health, some of it is attachment to family issues. It's so complicated and varied. But what we know from best practice are two things. One is that a housing first model is the best model, where you try to house people, subsidize them, and then when they get comfortable and they feel secure, you start to address those barriers. We don't have a housing first option here, but that is where we'd like to move. The second is that in the CV2 grant application that I just did, we had to assure DOLA that we would have a low barrier to access policy, meaning that people who need shelter get shelter, right? Regardless of their behavior, their past, their history, as long as it's safe for everybody, right? And so we need to move more to low barrier philosophy and practice. Low barrier would be, we've created the SOS, there are very few rules. It takes a lot to get kicked out of there. And in creating that safe space, we've actually moved 3 or 4 people to more permanent solutions. So I don't know if that helps. We know people are working part-time, some people full-time. Someone just got a full-time job, that's great. And that person's plan is to work towards independence by next summer, you know, so there's a lot of great things that are happening by creating these low barrier kind of housing first options.
Nan, thank you. I really do appreciate you sharing that with us. You know, clearly there's a need for this, and yeah, it's a difficult conversation. But to know that you have success stories, and to know how much energy and time our committee has put into this, and that you put into this, and Lindsay as well, you know, reassures me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the update on this. It's, you know, it's really incredibly interesting, and I really appreciate Kelly and Greg's comments. Having talked with some of the homeless guys from time to time, you get these glimpses into their life, and it's a segment of our population that most people probably put their blinders on and don't pay attention to. But since we don't have the shelter in St. Mary's like we used to and places like that, you know, we need to try to come up with a solution for, at least for this winter, until we can come up with hopefully a permanent solution. So Nan and Lindsay, thank you both for being here and giving us this further information.
Thank
you for your time.
I'm not done with you guys yet. So just have a few more updates. So over the weekend and Monday, the state rolled out an exposure notification system to Apple and Android-based smartphones. I think some of the communications are still catching up on this, and we are in the process of learning more. These are screenshots basically from the state's webpage, but basically what the system does is users have full control to opt in. It does not use location services, but uses Bluetooth to exchange tokens. And so if you've been within a certain distance for a certain period of time, or your phone is within that distance of another person's phone, the phones will exchange tokens. It does not have any of your personal information. But if you go back in and identify that you've had a positive test or upload a positive test into the system, then it looks at the dates and it notifies everyone's phones that your phone exchanged tokens with. Information does not come directly to public health. It does not go to CDPHE. It really, our understanding is, just goes to the user. And so our understanding at this point is that it's really an opportunity, just one more layer of information that individuals can get for their own responsibility. The website for more information is, whoops, I seem to have triggered a whole thing there, is covid19colorado.gov/exposure notifications. More information there, and we're working with CDPHE to understand the system a little bit better also right now. That's about all I got on that. Also, just want to remind folks, especially people at this table with little people, that Halloween is coming up. We do have a web page out. I'll have that on the next one, but just a reminder, still to follow the 5 commitments, to maintain 6 feet of distance from folks not in your household, washing hands, covering faces, and not just with costume masks, but with the types of cotton masks and such. And if you are feeling home, stay, or if you're feeling sick, stay home. Yeah. And then, of course, avoiding closed spaces, crowded places, and close contact settings. We do have a web page out, covid19pickin.com /Halloween, that has some other safety tips and recommendations linked to it. This is just some of it, but just a note that there are activities that, of course, are going to be safer coming up on Halloween. There are going to be those that are less safe but have some mitigation measures around them, and those that we're really asking the community just to avoid, particularly the large gatherings, the indoor events or parties that we're so used to having at Halloween. I know it's such a big holiday here, but really going into the winter season and the rest of the holiday season, and with rising case counts, not just in Pickens County, but statewide, the more we can do to celebrate Halloween in a safe way, as much as possible, at home, socially distanced, with appropriate hygiene, the better off we're going to be as a community in the long run. So invite folks to check out our tips and tricks for Halloween on pickencounty.com, and to really honor the public health order. No more than 10 people from 2 households gathering in one place, and to do as much of your Halloween celebrations at home, or with some of these mitigation steps in place.
John? Steve?
Sorry.
John, are we getting this information out to the schools this week?
Yeah, there's this information has been getting pushed out through our public information group. So George will make sure that the schools have this also.
Yeah, George.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I asked.
The elementary.
I asked at the last.
Preschool.
Sorry, I was gonna just try and add to that, George, real quick. You go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, it's because the preschools and the elementary schools and the middle school, those kids are actually in, and to have that information for them to bring home or for their parents, that's a huge segment of the community that would typically be out, right?
Mm-hmm. And we're also
Go
worried
ahead,
about the adults who are used to gathering.
Yeah,
So-
I asked at the last public health meeting if we would put this in the newspaper, I mean, it was great information. It would be a great spot newspaper ad for people, because then they could cut it out, and, you know, parents could these are these ideas we have. Because I think Kelly and I have both fielded a lot of calls from families.
Yeah.
What do we do? How do we do it? Our kids need, you know. So I think there's some good options here. And you're right, George, we need to get it out, because Halloween is Saturday.
Yes, it is.
Right, and the other avenue would be certainly the restaurants and the bars, because that's where the big folks are gathering, right?
Yeah, so
Not this year.
yeah, you know, the restaurants, you know, are operating under their business safety plan, so we'll be working to ensure that continues. And of course, bars still are not allowed to be open if they're not operating as a restaurant. So.
Right. Food, right.
Yeah, it's another it's another challenge for us as a community that we need to take on in this fight against the virus. So yeah, we'll make sure those are pushed out, and those are good recommendations.
Right.
And just a quick update, we have continued our conversations about expanding testing capacity. We have moved these to discussions with organizations that provide testing and getting proposals. We'll also be meeting with the state later this week to better understand their relationship with curative and how that can add to our testing capacity. So we are hopeful to have a third party identified, and contracts start to roll through our partners here pretty soon. So that's still moving forward. Now, that's all I had for you. Any questions?
I knew you weren't done.
Will you go into more detail on that on Thursday at the public health meeting?
Depending on where we are in discussions with organizations, yeah. Yeah. But we will likely have an exec to kind of talk about those negotiations, yeah.
So my only question is, my Zoom screen got lost in cyberspace, and I didn't know how to get back, but I finally found my way back. I don't know how. Need one more lesson on Zoom when you get lost. Can't get back to the meeting. I could hear you talking though. So is there any other open discussion items that anybody wants to bring up this time?
Go out to my...
And seeing none, I think we're done for the day.
Tomorrow at noon, right?
So tomorrow at noon for our regular meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and stay well and get well, all that kind of stuff.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Grassroots. See you tomorrow.
See y'all.